Uh, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, Vasu.
Okay, okay, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Usually I start with so the agenda is going to be from performance testing, and then we are going to see the NeoLoad. So do you guys want to really have some inputs on then performance testing, and then shall we move to NeoLoad, or shall we go straight to the NeoLoad? What's your idea, guys? Shall we start with performance testing, or shall we move slightly to NeoLoad?
So yeah, yes, Vasu. I guess everybody with the basics, right? Like, start to reload what I feel.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then yeah, we'll start with NeoLoad. So anybody else has any input, guys, or we'll start with NeoLoad then? So we'll go straight.
Start with performance testing. That's better, Vasan.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure, sure.
Yeah, that would be better. Start with performance testing.
Okay. Okay, sure. Okay. So basically, yeah. So we are all here for knowing, I mean, like for learning about bootcamp and the NeoLoad bootcamp. And previously we had a session on JMeter. So JMeter, NeoLoad, every tool like load runner, they all deal with performance testing. So basically performance testing is a non-functional uh, stack. The non-functional testing. So when we say it is non-functional testing, we are aiming to determine how a system performs in terms of its responsiveness and its stability under a particular workload. Say for example, you're using an application, and like take for example, like it can be any application, any web application in our day-to-day life. So for example, like most of us will be using a banking application to transfer money, or to do some payments. So for any and every single instance of doing the transactions, we either use the mobile applications, right, to do some payments like the UPI payment, or to transfer money to our friends or the family, or to make some payments to for the credit cards, right? So for any of these instances, we open the application, and the moment we open the banking application or the banking app, and if we find it like very slow, or if it is like showing a 404 response, or a 503 that the server is unavailable, just imagine how frustrated is it, right? So those are the scenarios the business owners do not want the clients or the end users to face. So that is the reason every it's not only about the banking, but it's about every single individual business in the IT industry would want to have the non-functional testing to be done, so that the users are happy while they're using the application. Because when you say, when it comes to with other testing, right, when it comes to the functional, or when it comes to the automated, or when it comes to security, that is a kind of a basic thing that has to be implemented as part of the application. Because if you log into the application, yes, it should work. And if you are making some transaction, it should the transactions should happen, the credit and or the debit should happen. So that they're the basic functional things. But when it comes to the non-functional testing, that is the only point where the user feels happy, and he that actually creates an impression to use the application again. Just imagine you're using an application, using an application which is very slow. So even though they give you offers, even though they give you any amount of perks, just imagine whether we will come back to that application again. And in fact, there were like several other scenarios where the applications, the web applications or the business, were completely down or completely dumped by the clients or by the end users because of the performance. There are like several scenarios, but still people are always expecting, I mean, like any of us, like any of us we use, we always expect the application to be quicker, to be faster, and to respond very quickly, right? So that's the reason anybody like I mean, like I would say, like any client, any end users would want the application to be like faster. It has to be the response has to be very speed, and the application has to be scalable in terms of the business. So for example, for now, like any business, in the very first few years, like in the first year, if they are having like 1 million of users, and they will not have, or their expectation would be to have at least 20% of increase to be having like in the next years, right? If they have 1 million users, they would at least expect 1.5 million in the second or third year. So the application has to be scalable, right? So in that case, we'll need to check whether the application can handle the scalability. So that is the reason we are using, I mean, again, we need the non-functional testing to be part of, I mean, the performance testing to be part of any applications, because you cannot believe that the application works fine for 1 million. It should work again the same way. It should work fine for 1.5 million as well. So these are some of the reasons why the performance testing comes into picture, right? So like I said, the speed. So how do you measure the speed? So you measure the speed through load testing, or you measure your the system's behavior, or the load conditions, and a normal usage using the load testing. That is, in the very first year, you will come up with a load, and then you will test the application, and you will know that okay, this is going to be the performance of the application in the first year, right? And then at one point of time, you must know that okay, so you're launching a new product, and you must know what is the maximum amount of load that the system can handle, right? So you have all your applications, you have set up all your database, you have all your web server, you have your app server, you have your database server, everything is set up in the cloud. So you feel that okay, now everything is set up in cloud, and the performance will be like super quick, and everybody will have a better performance. But at what point of time the application will break? So how will you test that? So for that, we have the stress testing, because using the stress testing, you're going to test the system beyond its normal load conditions to determine its breaking point. So that's where you're going to use the stress testing. And also, it's not about breaking, but you are going to see how does it recover, because that is how the systems are designed. It it gets broken, and then it automatically picks it up, and then it has to come up, and that's actually the reliability of the system stands for. And so this is like two-way, like you're going to test the breaking point of the application, and then I mean, everything, the web server at some point of time will stop sending responses to the user, and then after few moments it will again pick it up, and then it will come back again, and it will respond back to the users. So that's where the stress testing comes in. And then okay, let me just note it down here. So basically, we do lots of testing. So we do load testing and the objective. So every testing is again will be almost same, but the objective differs. And same way, since the objective is differed, the way of testing is also going to be different. So for load testing, it's like testing the application with expected user load. And then when it comes to stress testing, they're going to test the system beyond its normal load conditions. Say, for example, if you are testing your application, you're doing a load test with 200 users, how will you do that stress testing? So you'll start the stress test with the load test count. So you're going to start with 200 users, and then after some 10 minutes of time, you will add another 100 users, and then after another 10 minutes, you're going to add another 100 users. Same way, you will keep on adding the users and see at what point of time do they break, whether it's at 1,000 users or whether it's at 2,000 or 3,000, because sometimes like the applications, the CPU, the memory would be so reliable and so steady that they were not easily breakable. But the stress testing is to see at what point do they break. right? And then we have the spike testing. So this is to test um, during when there is a sudden increase in load. Say for example, you are having your application, or you are running a business for a long time, like for think, like imagine for like for last 5 6 years, and suddenly you are introducing a new product, right? And people start to come to your application to see what is that new thing that's been coming, that's been introduced by you. So say for example, you are running dosa center, and you're introducing a new variety of dosa. So people wants to order your application, your dosa, and they wants to, like, okay, they were like, quite excited about your existing application, like your existing business, and they want to see what thing is the new one that has been coming up, and you are giving an offer like one dosa for just 1 rupee. So just imagine how much amount of users will be pumped into your system, right? So that is how the that's where we have to do this spike testing, because we are going to examine the system's reaction under increase in load, and that's a sudden increase, right? It's not an expected one. Say for example, yesterday we had a discussion in our chat, the WhatsApp chat as well, like the Geo app was not performing fine as expected. I think someone, okay. And the application was not working, like it went broke, or it's not performing well as expected. So that is not an exact scenario where we do the spike testing, because that is an application where this particular load is expected, but I mean, again, that's not a new one. That's a periodical one, because every now and then the matches were running, and then people used to watch. But for few particular matches, we might be expecting some more few users. But in this scenarios where you were expecting too much of users beyond your expected load, so that's where you get to do the spike testing. So it is to test the application under sudden increase in load, right? So this is about the load testing, and basically whenever we ask, like, so most of us will have a question like, so what testing should I do? I'm new to the performance testing, so what testing should I start with? So you must start with doing your load testing, and again, this trust testing or this spike testing will be coming up on basis on the requirements, right? And then we have the endurance, or we used to call it as soak testing. So what does this endurance testing do? So while we do the endurance testing, we are going to evaluate the system's performance under a sustained or a long duration to identify any potential memory leaks and degradation over time. So for example, how will you do this endurance testing, right? So the question here is, we'll be taking 50% of the load test. So anyways, you'll be running the first test, like the first few tests, like I said, you'll be running your load test, right? So you'll be taking the 50% of the load test, and you will run this for 8 hours at a common scenario. But there are scenarios where you'll be running it for 12 hours, or you'll be running it for 24 hours, and there are like several scenarios. So it all depends on the performance requirement. So why is this 8 hours? Why is this 8 hours been normally followed? Because the reason here is 8 hours is basically from 9 to 5, or from 8 to 4, which is the peak business hours. So for any business, they run basically between 9 to 5 or 8 to 4. So which is why we have come up with this 8 hours. And there are like several applications where we must where we see the applications running 12 hours. Say for example, the uh, applications like IRCTC, where people, the time they were awake, they keep on booking the tickets, any applications like that, similar like travel applications, or the online applications like the e-tail applications, where we book, where we order the dresses, again, the groceries, so something like that. So these are the applications where people use more than 8 hours, and that for 12 hours. And then there are like several applications where people use for 24 hours. So which are the applications are the social media applications, right? So we all use it for all the 24 hours. The moment we are awake, we used to swipe on Instagram, or we used to see Facebook, we used to go to any other applications, any other social media applications. We used to check for status, we used to check for any notifications, we used to post something, yeah, right? So that's why the the duration of the endurance testing changes in terms of the domain, in terms of the applications. And there are like several applications where they were used highly between, I would say, like from 10 to 3 or 10 to 2, in fact, like that particular 4 hours, because people used to pay the bills. Say, for example, the electric application, the electricity application, where you used to pay the bills only in between those times, right? So these are some of the examples. So it's not that every application will have the 8 hours, or every application will have the 24 hours. Applications are different, the people, the users, the end users are different, so it all changes based on, like I said, the objective is different, so same way the end users are also different, so the way of testing will also change. And then we have the scalability testing. So we have started with scalability testing in the initial phase. So yeah, like I said, in the very first year, the business will be serving 1 million users, and in the next years they will be adding 25% every year, and or else like 50% every year. So it keeps on adding, and then at one point of time, we must need the scalability testing to be done, because we are going to serve more and more users, and every business would need that for some reason, because we all, I mean, like any business, they want to add profit, so they must do scalability testing. And in fact, some of the business might not be aware of this scalability testing, because they do not know what exactly is happening behind the scalability testing. So performance testers must tell, or the business analyst must tell the owners or the business, that this scalability testing is needed, because we are going to serve more number of users, and the system should be ready for handling the number of users. And again, it's not only about scaling up, it's also about scaling down. Say, for example, during Diwali celebrations, right? So people will be purchasing lots and lots of items using online, or they'll be ordering lot of items, they'll be using more amount of applications. And it's not only about Diwali in India, like people across the world, they will be using the applications, or they will be accessing more of the applications during the holiday period. But the moment the holiday period is over, everybody goes back to their business, the usage of the application comes down, right? So at those scenarios, we'll have to do a scale down testing as well, in terms of budget. So for example, when you're scaling up, anyways, you're going to scale out, or you're going to scale up your infrastructure. But at some point of time, you must do a scale down, so that you can use only the, or you're supposed to use only the required infrastructure. So these are some of the reasons. Again, it's not only about giving everybody a better performance. Again, there are, like, nowadays every application sits on cloud, right? So what happens is, you must pay a lot of amount, a lot of budget goes in serving the cloud. Like, you must pay, like, the systems are running, yes, you must pay the amount. So you are going to reduce, or you're going to scale down your infrastructure, so that you're not going to pay too much of amount for your budget. So everything comes in place. It's not only about selling the products, getting money, but it's also about your own infrastructure. So everything comes into picture when it comes to scalability testing. So you're going to do a scale up testing, and then scale down testing as well, right? So this is all about the scalability testing. And then finally, the volume testing. So when it comes to volume testing, you're going to assess the system's capacity to handle large volumes of data. And in fact, we are going to even test the application with different set of volumes, right? So take for example, uh, when you are going to test your application, so there will be a huge difference between your pre-production and your production environment, right? The production will have the exact production data, but the pre-prod will be having a lesser amount of data. Say, take for example, you must be having at least 25% to 30% of data. So there were scenarios where you must, or you have to replicate the exact production scenario. So you will have to test, or you will have to uh, test the application with starting from 0%. I mean, like, I would say, like, from 10% to 30%, and then to 70% of the user load, so that you can understand how well does the database performs in terms of the data increase. Say, for example, if you have a huge amount of data in your application, and when you're running a query, say for example a select query, the database will take more amount of time to go through all the records, and to find or to come back or to send give you the results back, right? So these are several scenarios where you might need to test your application with different amount of database. Even in fact, I think you would have watched my video. I think I've shared it yesterday, I believe. Yeah. So it's basically a database performance tuning part where optimizing the performance. So in that, actually, I have given a similar scenario of volume testing. So I was testing a query with a database or with a table which has lesser amount of data, and I have showed you how much response does it gets. And again, I basically the setup is like uh, I have connected JMeter with MySQL, and then I have did the testing, and then I did a query with multiple joins, and then the response times, you would not believe, it went beyond 4 seconds, and the maximum was more than 4 seconds. And just imagine if the response times for the particular database takes more than 4 seconds, and that's for particular, like for 1 to 10 users, and just imagine if it goes beyond like 100 or 1,000 users. And in fact, adding to that query, you have your front end as well. So that particular data has to be queried, and then it has to be popped up to your the front end, the screen. So it'll take a lot of time, right? So this is how the the performance of the application or the response times goes beyond the expected level. So these are some of the scenarios where we have to bring in the non-functional testing. That's the performance testing. So now you must know what's the difference between the functional and the non-functional. That's basically the performance testing, right? So anybody have any queries so far? Any doubts?
Yeah, yes, Vasant.
Hmm.
Like volume testing will be strictly with database only, or
Yes. Yeah.
okay.
So so that's the only part where you can change in terms of the volume. Again, when it comes to the other infrastructure, you will go through the scalability testing where you scale up and scale down your infrastructure, right?
Yeah,
So for
yeah,
example, yeah. So when it comes to volume, it basically stands only with the data. So the main part, or the main focus part is only the data when it comes to the volume testing.
yeah, yeah. Got it. Vasant.
Hmm?
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, Vasant, I have one doubt. Actually, I have an
Hmm.
interview question. So, what about this baseline testing and the dry run testing? So, what's the main difference for this one?
Okay, so the testing clearly tells that it's going to be the baseline. So for example, some of the applications, so for some of the applications, for some of the transactions, you might not know what is the response time that you would expect, right? So for those particular scenarios, you will be running the baseline testing to get the baseline of what the response times. Say, for example, you are running an application. So just can you give an example, like what application you are running now? Like what is the domain you are testing, you are working on?
It is an e-commerce domain.
E-commerce. Okay, so you are working on e-commerce application, and you want to know what should be the SLA, right? So we all know what's an SLA, the service level agreement, where the response time should be lesser than 3 seconds or 5 seconds. But at some point of time, we might not know what should be set up as the baseline, right? So for those scenarios, we'll be doing a baseline testing where we'll understand what is or what is supposed to be the baseline, or I would say the benchmark, right? So the benchmark is what the exact word I can tell you. So you're going to set a benchmark which will do a testing, and we'll find. So when you run a baseline, we'll be running it with a lesser load. So for example, if you're running your load testing with 100 users, you're going to run your baseline testing with a lesser load. Take for example like 50 users, and the expectation is you must get a similar response time if you're even if you're when you're increasing your load, right? So the thing is, even if one user is using the system, or if even if 1,000 users are using the system, or even if 10,000 or 1 million users are using the system, the expectation is to have only the load or only the response times that we get with the baseline. So whatever. So if you're running a baseline testing, and if you're having like 3 seconds in your baseline test, you are expecting the same with the user load, the load testing as well. So that is the reason where we are running the baseline testing. So it's basically the benchmarking of the application.
Okay. Then, what about a dry run test? I mean, before going to run this, right?
Yeah. So
Because the
dry run or smoke test we used to run to see whether all the servers are up and running, whether the end to end, right? So starting from your browser to their servers, every servers are up and running, or all the servers are working fine. So some of the scenarios are, so since we are in testing, and currently I'm into DevOps engineer, so in the platform, so I know we frequently do the changes, right? We frequently do the releases. So what happens is when the releases are going on, automatically the servers will be coming down, so they won't be up and running. But the other team, so the DevOps team might know. What about the other teams? The development team knows, right? They're running. But in terms of communication, if they did not communicate, or even in fact, if some bad jobs are running, the server might be down, or if there are some scenarios where the servers, the infrastructure might be down, right? So to just do a quick check whether everything is up and running. So that's the reason we do a smoke test. So basically, the smoke test is not actually a performance testing, what to say, a keyword. Basically, it's a keyword that I've come up with from a different environment. So in fact, this was told by my mentor, my senior, who told me that that this is how the smoke test comes. So what happens is basically when everything is set up, I think it was in terms of some building or some cooking thing. So what happens is people will send some smoke through a pipe or tunnel and see whether there are any holes or any breakage in the piping system, to check, say if you are sending a smoke right through a pipe, and if there are any breakage, automatically you can find the smoke is coming out if there are any issues, any leaks, right? But basically, if there are no leaks, you won't find the smoke outside, right? So that is what the smoke testing basically comes from. So that's, so what happens is you run a smoke test to check whether everything works fine, or whether everything goes fine, or there are no leaks, or there are no issues. So that's where exactly the smoke testing comes into picture. And in terms of the performance testing, we do a smoke test anytime before we run this test. I mean, like, I normally do it with 5 users, or just very minimal users, to check whether the infrastructures are up, whether I'm able to see the response, whether the application works fine. So that is the only objective of running the smoke test. Okay. Or dry run. So dry run, smoke test, everything is same. But again, we people use different terms. But yeah, the smoke test, dry run, everything is same, to test the availability of the application, just to check whether they are available, they are up and running, and whether I'm able to get the 200 response code. That's it.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, please go ahead.
I have
Uh,
I have
yeah.
one small doubt, Vasan.
Mm-hmm,
For performance testing, client
mm-hmm.
doesn't know the performance testing. So then, at that time, how we can approach, Vasan?
Sorry, can you come again, please?
So client doesn't know the performance testing. They don't know like response time. SLA, they don't know.
Oh,
Then at
okay.
that time, how we can approach, Vasan?
Okay. So, yeah, I agree. So not everybody, I mean, like, will have an idea on performance. How does the performance testing? All they know, the only thing is their application should perform well, and they must get a lot of business, right? So so that's again the reason I would say, in most of the scenarios, in most of my seminars, I would say that is the reason they have performance testers. So with your development team and your business analyst team, so you must explain your business that what is the significance of doing the performance testing, why should we do the performance testing, and you must start understanding the applications, right? You must firstly, most of the times, like the performance testers were unaware of the architecture, right? So I would recommend the performance testers to first understand the architecture, and then based on that, the performance testers must come up with the test plan, or an overview of the performance testing. And so, like you said, the business would not know, or would not know, have any idea on the performance testing. So it's now the performance testers should make sure that the business should understand why we should do the performance testing, right? So, and it is in terms of explaining them, to firstly we should understand the goals of why are we doing this performance testing. And then when it comes, and once you explain the goal, so mainly the goal is to make sure that the application works fine, the response time should be lesser, the application should perform fine, and then the objective. So basically, I mean, the objective is all these, and then the goal is to make sure that the users are getting a better performance, are getting a better feel, the look and, I mean, the what to say, the feel of accessing the applications very well. So these are some of the things where there should be a continuous interaction between the stakeholders and the performance testers along with the development team. So it's not just about we know everything, and uh, we are not revealing that to the business. So every now and then we must tell them that, see, this is what we are going to do and the reason is this. So if you are going to do a load testing, so and again, there's one more thing. So for example, the business, they might expect you to test the entire application, but in those scenarios, as a performance tester, you must tell them that not the entire application should come under the scope, and it's only the critical transaction. Say for example, um, if you are using applications like Amazon.com, and not the entire application is being used, or not the all the products are being tested, right? So you're going to use only few transactions, and that too, you're going to use only the high traffic transactions. Like if I take for example, the search is the most highly used transaction in Amazon.co.in, or any e-commerce application. You're going to search for an item, right? And that is the most highly used application, most highly used transaction. And in fact, just imagine, not every keyword is being searched, right? So those keywords has to be taken from the analytics tool. Like you have Google Analytics, or you have Amazon Analytics. There are like lots of analytics that's been implemented as part of your application. So you have to take those values from them, and or in fact, if you do not have any idea, so in those scenarios, you'll have to go to the BA or to the development team or to the any stakeholders who are in charge of the application, and they will give you what is happening, or what is the keywords that's been searched, right? So this is how. So basically, if the business do not know, that's not a, it's not a big deal. So if they do not know, yeah, so that's why we are there. We'll explain them, we'll make sure that they are understanding the objectives, the goals, and all the reasons behind running the performance testing. And yes, so once they understand, and then it will be a smooth sailing for the performance testers, right? So the main part is the communication. So the communication plays a key role in terms of your performance testing.
Yes, thank you, Vasan.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So any other queries, guys?
Vasim, Nirupa
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Yeah.
So, uh, before starting up the performance testing, we have that entry criteria, right? Like
Hmm. Hmm.
80% of major defects, whatever it is, bugs or defects, it should be closed from functional point of view. Then only we will start performance testing, right?
Yes,
But
yes,
a
yes.
few of the stakeholders, they don't know that whatever that 20%. So, because they don't know about performance testing, what
Mm,
they are going
mm,
to do,
mm, mm.
majorly they are looking to functional testing.
Yes.
So if they ask us what about that 20% who are going to do that process, then what we need to give as performance testers? What is the exact information we need to give that is stakeholders?
Okay. So if I'm not wrong, let me tell you what did I understand from your question. So you're telling that even before the functional testing is over, the business will ask the performance testers to start testing the application. Is that right?
Not like that.
Uh-huh.
Functional testing is going on the par, and performance testing also just
Hmm,
started it.
hmm, hmm,
But
hmm,
the functional testing since 2 years it is going on.
hmm, hmm, hmm. Okay.
So performance testing comes into picture, and
Hmm,
we
hmm,
started it. But as per
hmm,
performance testing, we need to mention in NFR, right, like test plan.
hmm, hmm.
Entry criteria would be 80% of defects should be closed.
Actually speaking, 100% should be fixed. Say, just imagine you are running a particular, you're running particular transaction, and it's something like an update transaction. And just imagine if there is some defect in that particular transaction, the update transaction, and if it fails, what if it fails? Everybody thinks that it's a performance issue, right? But it's basically a functional issue. So, whenever I do the performance testing, or whenever we do, like from my team, whatever we do, so we used to make sure that if you are running a particular scope, take for example, let me just give you a quick example. Abstract. Uh, so take for example, if I'm running an application of an e-commerce, okay, and this is a payment system. So if you're running an e-commerce, you're running a testing, I mean, e-commerce application, you're having a payment system and you have a search, you have an inventory, you have several others, like lots and lots of applications. So your scope is you're going to test one, I mean, like in this particular release, or in this particular latest release that you're going to release it to the end users, and the changes is only to the payment system. And if you're going to test only the payment system, just you have to make sure that all the 100% is being functionally tested, because you don't need to bother about the search or the inventory or any other applications or any other part of the system. If you're going to uh, test whatever you're going to test, like anything, it has to be in payment, that has to be completely tested. Because like I said, when you're making some transactions in the payment, and if it fails, we might not know at the very first instance, we might not know whether it's a functional testing or whether it's a functional issue or whether it's a performance issue, right? So we might be getting confused. Okay, so we might have an assumption that okay, because of a huge load, the system failed, or that particular update transaction might fail, because there were scenarios where the update transaction might fail during the performance testing as well, right? Because there will be like a lot of users will be who will be waiting in the queue, and they wait in the queue, automatically the update transaction might time out. So we might not know whether is that a functional issue or a performance issue, right? So when there is a functional testing that's not been completed, so always make sure that we get the functional testing that's been completed 100%. And there were scenarios, yeah, I understand, like for example, there were scenarios where okay, let me just again just draw it to you. So you'll be basically for the in terms of the budget and in terms of doing the release, basically we start the functional testing in the first few weeks, and then slowly we'll start the non-functional like this. So what happens is, by this time, we have an assumption that okay, by this time we'll have like 50% of the functional testing is complete, or like you said, the 80% of testing is done, and you are supposed to start a performance testing. So my recommendation or my way of approaching is I would start only the scripting at this point of time, right? Because while you do your scripting, you make sure that they work fine, right? And I will keep on doing the scripting. I will make sure that I collect the test data and everything else until the functional testing is over, right? So by the time the functional testing is over, I will start my performance testing. So this is what again for execution you might not need a lot of time. So only for your test planning, for your resource allocation, and only those things will take a lot of time, right? So the scripting part, again, you'll be having a lot of logics to be implemented. So that, yes, I agree, it will take a lot of time, and I will use those time only for, I mean, the time until the functional testing is completed. Yes, I will use only those time for the test preparation and not for the test execution, because I'm sure that something might go wrong and the blame will come on us. So that's the reason I refrain from doing the testing until the functional testing is completely over. I get a sign off email from them that there are no functional issues and everything is covered. Because like I said, we might not know that at the very first instance, and they will blame it on us, like okay, so it's a non-functional issue and we should fix it. Right, so to avoid all these things, just we have to make sure that no, it's not been our part and it's a functional issue.
Got it. Got it. Yeah.
Got it? Yeah, sure, thank you.
Vasant, one more I have.
Yeah, yeah, please.
What about this shift left performance testing, Vasant?
Yeah, so we'll see that separately. I'm not sure who's, but yeah, I am preparing a video on that as well. Shift left testing. Yes, that's actually again another interesting topic, because nowadays in most of the industries they want people to do the, I mean, like migrate to shift left testing. So yes, so that's again another separate topic we will have to discuss. But for now, we'll just go ahead with the performance testing, because uh,
Yeah, fine.
okay, because that's another big topic. Because nowadays
Yeah,
we
yeah.
all know we are into agile mode of testing, right? So people wanted to release the applications very quickly into the system. So they want everything to be integrated. Say, for example, by the moment the developer completes his code and he completes his unit testing, and the moment he merges his code with the branch, the development branch or the test branch, automatically the test happen. And that's like starting from the functional testing and then the performance testing. So every testing should happen, and they must be like tested the moment you deploy your code in sorry so the moment you deploy your code in the release or in the environment. So that is the reason where we move to the shift left. So why is performance testers needed is we also should be part of the team, so that we can create scripts. We have to deploy the system so that they all get recorded very quickly, or they get tested very quickly. Because what happens is, by the time the developer make any changes, they do not want the performance testers to sit and wait and then they run the testing. So instead what happens is everything should be running real quick. And in fact, I can even show you one example where I did where is that? Come on. Yeah, so this is one of the example where I was demonstrating very lately to one of our subscribers. So these were an example of how to do the shift left testing, like the continuous testing. Uh, So there are several scenarios like this, and yes. So and again, these have come up with all the tools. So now you can integrate any tools you have, like you have your JMeter, you can use your NeoLoad, you can use your load runner, K6, Gatling, uh, whatever. I mean, like Locust. So whatever tool. So if you see here, so here I have a release pipeline. So at the end of the release pipeline, automatically this particular test will start to run. So these are several scenarios where, so our role as a performance tester, we must create these pipelines and make sure that the test runs fine, and then we collect the data, and then we make sure that they work fine as expected. So this is how the shift left testing comes into the picture. So where we do a continuous where we should have a continuous collaboration, we must do the continuous integration and deployment. And in fact, mostly it deals with so for example, if you are working in a project where you have DevOps engineers and they do quick changes, because DevOps engineers, they don't do an entire change, but they do a quick change, like a configuration change and some minor changes, right? So at those scenarios, they might not need the performance testers to spend their entire day running the scripts. So instead, what they do is, like, once they upload their changes, I can even show that part to what exactly is happening. So if we go to the releases, and if you see, there's a manual trigger, right? So instead we can edit it so that yep. So if you can see here, right? So the moment they do their pull request, or when they do their changes, automatically what happens is the trigger happens. So once they change, or once they do their merge, automatically the test kicks in, right? So and then it goes on, it runs the test, and then at the end they'll get the results. So this is how the shift left testing comes into the picture, right? So you okay now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great, great. Anybody else has any questions before we move on to the neo load? Any doubts? Any other queries in terms of performance testing, or in terms of any other issues you face in your team or something? Or all good? Okay, then I think we'll move on to NeoLoad now. So this is a basic idea on what is performance testing and the e-commerce. Okay, before I think I move on, let me give you a quick idea on the architecture. So I think I have even discussed about this architecture part in my previous uh, bootcamp as well. So let me give you a quick introduction, because this will definitely help you in terms of understanding the architecture, in terms of understanding your even it can help you in interview as well. So just imagine you have your application. Okay, so we all know we have applications that's been installed. So how is that been installed? Or how is that running? So we okay, let me take an example. Like, so this is the browser that we are using, or we are using to run the test, and then we have the first part that we are sending the request is to the. So this is basically a web server, or we say as a presentation layer. So, and then the next one is the app server or the business logic. So the business logic sits on the app server, and then we have the database server, right? So what happens here is when we send a request, first it goes to the web server, and in fact, before it even reaches the web server, there will be LBs, the load balancers. So the main functional or the main functionality of the load balancers is to divide or to distribute the load to the web server. Say, for example, you might not have just one server, you might be having two or three or I mean, like more than what you imagine. So more number of web servers for very big applications, because the presentation layer should not fail. Or if you see, so for some examples, that if some applications, so for example, like take for example HDFC Bank, I have that experience. On the salary day, on the day of your salary, you might be getting an application, a response message from the application, or from the application that the server is down, and just try after a few minutes, right? So that is the work of the web server, to tell you during a time where there is a huge load. So that is uh, being served by the web server. So when we are testing, when we are reaching, when we are trying to, when you're sending a request, the browser sends the request first. It goes to the web server via the load balancer. So if you have multiple web servers, automatically the load balancer will distribute the traffic to multiple web servers, and each server will work on that particular request. And then if it is being, I mean, like if it needs any response from the app server, then it sends to the app server. So the thing here is the browser, I mean, like the web server will be accessible to the external world, that's to the public internet, via the, I mean, the to the public internet. But again, they all have the IP names, right? They all have like 192.176.0.0, or whatever the IP of this machine. But how does they get understood is via the DNS. So the DNS will resolve the IP number with a name. Say, for example, the HDFC Bank web server sits in this particular IP. We'll be named it as HDFC Bank slash login, or the homepage, or whatever the name. So I think I'm going too technical, but let me just complete it quick. So then the web server sends back the request to the app server, and this connection from the web to the app will be a private connection. So we cannot, anybody else, we cannot uh, connect to the app server, because they'll be private, they'll be into a private VNet, or into the private visual network. So we might not get access to them. They will be accessed only by the web server, and same the case with the database server. So the app server will send again the request. Say, for example, you're trying to log in and you're trying to connect to an application. Your login has to be tested to the database to make sure that you are a valid user. And then the moment the app server sends the request, your details to the database server, it validates, and then it sends back the response to the app server. The app server then sends the response to the app server that you're logged in successfully, and then you're seeing it in the browser. So all these actions, starting from the DNS to the load balancer, the web server actions, the app server actions, and then database actions, has to happen in less than 3 seconds. Otherwise, we might we will feel frustrated, and we'll create an account with other bank, and we'll go to another business, right? So all these actions, and just imagine uh, you are sitting somewhere in Mumbai or Delhi or in Chennai, and you are accessing it, and your server sits somewhere in a different data center, and all these things has to happen in a very quick seconds, and you are part of the whole internet traffic. So just imagine how quickly is the applications is serving you, right? So this is actually a very big thing when you just imagine what exactly is happening. So you should not work only in terms of performance testing. You are just imagine you are helping your business to grow in a huge competition. So any performance testers is actually the savior of the business, and it's not the functional testing or the automation or the developers. It's just the performance engineers who are saving the business from getting a bad name. So we must be proud of doing it. So yeah, so this is how it works. So you're sending the request via the browser to the web server and then to the app server and database server. So this is basically the web tier architecture, the 3-tier architecture. It might be different. Nowadays we're getting the APIs to send the request, the mode of protocol, the way of sending the request, and we have microservices where we are integrating several third parties. So it's not only just like I said, the web server or the app servers. You have multiple third parties, right? Where we are collecting some data from them, and then we are implementing them along with the app service. So it all goes beyond that particular thing. So this is a very basic thing, but apart from this, yeah, there are like several other components who are getting integrated into the applications. Okay, so any doubts so far, guys, or shall we move on to the new load?
So this is about the three-tier architecture, Vasan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is about 3-tier, but like I said, this is a very basic component. But apart from this, like I said, there are like other third party components are there. There are like other integrations we do, but it differs for different applications. So yeah, this is it's a kind of a common template. Okay.
Vasan, could you
Yeah.
please plan one more YouTube session, like recording
Mhm,
session, like
mhm.
how this detailed architecture will work and
I
how?
believe I have a separate video. Maybe I would say that's been the most viewed. I can even share you the link as well. I can just for now I can just show you where I have discussed about how this works. But yeah, if we need to have a video, I can even add that. But let me just show you. Um,
Sure, Vasan. If
yeah,
video is there, then yeah, we'll look at it
yep.
straight away.
So where I have discussed about um, yep. So I think this is the video. Yeah. So this is where we have discussed about how the app, the database server works. So you can watch this video. I can even share the link at the end of this session. I can even share you in the chat as well. Yep.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for asking. And yeah, just go through the video, and if you have any doubts, just let me know, and then I'll add some more input to it, because it keeps on growing. Like I said, it's like growing unimaginable nowadays. Like we all know, we were like working on the application, and when we go to the architecture, just imagine we were getting the applications are growing, the infrastructures are growing rapidly, and we were like getting unimaginable bottlenecks nowadays, right? So we all should be ready for that, and that is possible only when you know the architecture of your application. Yeah. Yeah. So any other
Exactly.
doubts? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. So any other doubts, guys?
Yes, Vasan. Like
Mhm.
you mentioned API. So API will also go through this three-tier architecture.
Yeah. So the communication protocol, right? So instead of sending it via HTTPS request, you're going to send it via API request. So that's the
API.
difference. So in several scenarios, what happens is uh, the uh, the front end might be a little what to say, like they might not need to test it via the front end API. Instead, take for example, if you want to test some applications which are like a video related, or I think there are several scenarios. Like, okay, I think this is one of the scenario where we got a request from one of our subscribers. So um, he was working on I think an e-commerce application, and he wanted to test the APIs. So because basically their application is only e-commerce, and they wanted to increase the speed of the APIs, which is they wanted to send a request, which basically is about searching or about ordering, or about mostly into the get out post transactions. So basically, they wanted to test only those part, because they were very sure that their front end works fine, which is the front end, which means their Java. I think it's built on Java, I believe, Java.net. So they were very sure about that. The front end is very steady, so they wanted to check only the APIs. So in those scenarios, they wanted us to create only the API testing, right? So that's how, I mean, again, it's just a communication protocol. So you're going to just send via the APIs. It's again a way of framing your requests, right? So that's it. It's like packaging your requests. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. And any doubts, guys? Okay, I think there are no doubts, but yeah, if you have any doubts, you can stop me in the middle, and then we can discuss that. And I believe you all have your NeoLoad installed in your machines, because I would need one of you to uh, replicate. I mean, one of you are like who are interested, you can try showing this to me. Okay, so basically this is the NeoLoad tool, and we all know it's not nothing, it's something new. And I'm using the LT, the long-term version of 2023. And this is again a free version, so I'll have only 10 virtual users license and 5 SAP virtual users, so where I can record and I can test up to, I mean, in the load test I can test up to like just 5 users. And the same way for web, I can just test up 10 new virtual users. Okay. And yeah, and again, when you ask like what are all the other protocols does it support, so if you go to the license management, you can see, yep, I think this is the place, I believe, where you can see the protocols that it supports. So it actually supports lots of other protocols as well. Okay, I can just show you. I get that, right? So yeah, so if you have experience with other tools like JMeter or LoadRunner, then we all know. So in terms of LoadRunner, we have a separate control, or the ViewGen. I would say the ViewGen is the very first part where we used to create scripts, and then we have the controller to execute the test, and then we have the analyzer to analyze the results, right? And when it comes to JMeter or NeoLoad, I mean, both all those activities is being done in the same application or in the same way. Like you do not want to open a view gen separately, or we do not want a controller separately. So here everything comes in the same screen. So you have your design where you create your scripts, you do all the customizations, and then you have your runtime where you run your tests. I mean, like you design your scenarios and then you run your test, and then you have your results, where which is basically the analyzer part. So you have everything in this same 3 windows. Just these 3 tabs will help you to complete your entire testing. And then in fact, if you have your I mean, like your a repository to it, so I can just show you. I just had a previous one, but I think I have just stopped it for some reason. But yeah, if you have your collaboration, like for example, if you have your Git or your GitLab or any, I mean, like Bitbucket or whatever you have integrated, you can also use that, and you can integrate that. So you can use this to do in terms of your collaboration. So for example, if you're using multiple users are using it, and you can connect them very well via this branch, so that you can take it from the repository, or you can upload it to the repository. So in this, I mean, I just had one, but then I think it was not working fine, I believe. Let me just test it once. If it's working, then I can show it to you. Yep, I think for some reason it's not working. Yep. But anyways, yeah. But anyways, if you really want to know, I can just have another bootcamp separate and I'll show you too. But for now, it's way beyond the basics. Yep. So let's start with the very basic one. So I'm going to create a So this usually will be saved in your documents under your NeoLoad projects. Anyway, the very basic thing. So you have lots of other projects as well. So these are some of the projects which I have created in terms of testing. So these go under your NeoLoad documents and then your NeoLoad projects. And when I click finish, automatically my project gets created. And by default, it will ask you to start recording the very first moment you get to it. So yes, so this is the user path where you're going to start your recording, and all your scripts will be saved here. And this server is so if you are recording a particular application, the server, I mean the host, although the port number, everything will be saved here, and you have your user path. And then I think, yep, we have our actions. So we have like multiple logical actions where we can use delays, which is basically the think time or the timers. Then we have the loop. We have the multiple loops again, like while loop, if then else, switch, variable modifier, transaction, try catch, go to next iteration. So these are some of the actions which we might need to be implementing into the code. And then once you create your script, we'll have the populations, where we used to create a population. So population is something like a thread group, which we have in JMeter, where we can distribute the load, and then we can even set up the cache part, and then we can set up the WAN evaluation, and then the download bandwidth, upload bandwidth. So I'll tell you in the coming video, like why are we doing it. And then we have the monitors and connectors. So in case if you want to connect to Dynatrace or to Datadog or to App Dynamics, or any tools, whatever you have in your backend, which is with the infrastructure, you can use them and you can integrate them with that tool. And then yeah, once you complete all your configuration, starting from your scripting to populations and then to monitors and connectors, then you can move to the runtime, where you can set up your scenarios, and you can set up the duration of your test, you can set up the load for your test, and there are like several uh, things we can do it here. I'll just show you in the coming course. And then once everything is run, once you start your test, you can see the runtime. Like for example, how many errors and alerts were there, and how many users were in the testing in the application, and what is the response times. And also you can see the request that's been tested uh, during that load test. And then you can see the runtime graphs, where you can add all these graphs and you can watch the average duration, the maximum, the minimum, and you can also have like several other monitors as well. And if you have any errors, you can see it here in the runtime errors. And then in terms of any alerts, you can also watch it here. I've got some requests. Yep. So where am I? Yep. I'll just keep the screen as a separate window. Yep. And yeah, coming back here, yeah. So and then runtime users. So this is very useful, where in some cases where we used to get the stress testing, right, where we have a load, and if we want to add the load during the test, uh, we can add those users automatically. Like we can add any number of users, 100 or 200 or whatever number of users. We can add it using this plus and minus, and we can even scale down as well. And if some users are failing, in those scenarios, you can just stop that user, so that the results will not be biased. So these are some of the ways where we can use the add and the remove users in our testing. And then we have the results, where we can view the results, the test summary, the values, the graphs, the errors, the alerts, and the logs. So I'll just show you how to do that. So firstly, we'll go to the user path, and then I'll start doing a recording. And before that, we'll have to check the proxy. So if you go to this, you can go through anywhere. Like if you go to the edit, you can go to the preferences, and you can go to this particular screen, which is the general settings. And in fact, before that, let me just show you. So uh, in case if you want to import any existing project, you can use this import project, and you can get the file, and then you can import it to your current settings. And there are like two naming policies. So in fact, if you have the project already existing in your system, then you can rename it this way, so that it shows like imported underscore and then the project name. Because in several scenarios you might be doing it. So if, for example, if you're collaborating with multiple team members, and if you want to import a particular script to your repo, and you want to do a test, right, so in those scenarios you might be importing your project. So just be careful in this particular thing, because if you're using the existing item, then you might be getting this imported name. So based on that, you'll have to name these transactions. And then you can even do the export project, where you can export your project as a For example, okay, all no test results. So no test results is if you do not want to send the test results, you just want to send your project. So just go and to the export file. So you get a .zip folder, and then if you click on next, automatically it will be created, and you can get send that to your team members. So that's how the import and the export project works. And yep, and then the edit. So you have the variables section where you can create variables. So basically, we all know the parameterization comes in, where we use different variables to use the login and to use test data, like the login details. And then yeah, and then we have the JS libraries where we can use this very well if you want to create any customized code. And I in fact have several videos on this JS libraries as well. So if you want, you can watch my playlist. Okay, I'll send it to you at the end of this session. And yeah, so this basically will help you to this is something like a Groovy script where you have in JMeter, or it's something like a scripting where we have in load runner, so where we can do customizations, where we can manipulate the data using the JS library. So it's more effective, I would say, because I've used it in several scenarios and they like work like a wonder. And then we have the SLA profile. So this SLA profile is something where we are going to set up the response time. So this is something like if particular transactions has to be like a particular amount of response times, you can set up the average response times, you can set up the percentile response times. This is something like setting up this SLA to your transactions. And then yeah, the preferences part, so where you get to see all the general settings. You can see the HTTP recorder, where you can set your port number, and there are like several other changes, like where you can capture the browser window even when it is in background. And this is for single window applications. And you can merge your cookie keys detected in HTTP2 header. I'll show you where exactly this comes into picture. And then you can encrypt the passwords detected in forms. So if you uncheck it, what happens is when you record any username or password, I'll just show you how does it work. So if you're like uh, unchecking it, automatically the password will be unencrypted, and if you check it, automatically they'll be encrypted. And then some patterns to exclude. So if you have used a JMeter, you know, like the patterns or the URLs to exclude. So if you use this, automatically these transactions will not get recorded in your applications. Okay, I'll just show you how to do that as well. And then your certificates, and then you have proxy. You are going to use your proxy for this testing. So for this, let me just remove it. Is needed. Let me just remove this as well. Okay, I'm not going to use this. For now, I'm going to use none, because that's how my proxy works. I'll just show you how it works. And then we have your browsers. Okay, let me apply. And then you have browser. So you will be using your application. You have your applications being tested using different browsers. So in this scenario, I'm going to use Edge as my default browser, and then you can even set up the version as well. And if you want to add any browsers, just click on the add, and then name the browser, and then go to the path and take it from your installer, and I automatically can bring all the tools inside this browser. So in case if you by default, I think you must have, I think, Internet Explorer and one of the other browser, the default browser. But if you want to add browsers, you can do this way. And if you want to edit, you can edit it, and you can change the version. You can bring the latest version to your uh, because every time, like every now and then, the browsers are getting updated, but we might not have the updated one. So in those scenarios, you can bring the latest updated one. And if you want to remove it, yes, click on remove, and automatically that particular browser will be removed from your NeoLoad settings. And then we have browser. So this is basically the look and feel of your NeoLoad tool. And then the graphs, where you can set up the granularity. So for example, you have, so when it comes to the granularity, it is something like, so if you set it as highest, you will be collecting lots and lots of information, which is like you'll be collecting lots and lots of data, where it comes for every few microseconds, for every milliseconds, I would say. And if it's say lowest, so it will be collecting in terms of seconds. And it comes to the standard, so I basically set it up as standard, because that's how the graphs that we collect. And then yeah, when the test change prompt to copy, so when you complete the test, you will get this prompt to see whether you'll have to copy it to the graph board. And then the runtime graph history in sliding window mode. So the graph when I showed you, so it will be sliding for every 10 minutes, or if you want to keep it like for 60 minutes, if I like change it to 60 minutes, and if I go to my runtime says, yeah, the runtime overview. Yeah, if you see, this will be like for 1 hour. So that's what the settings is talks about. So okay, fine. Let's don't delay. Let's start the scripting. First script. Yep. So let me start recording. So once you click on start recording, and I'm going to choose. So by default, these comes in the username, and inside your actions, I'm going to record it. So if you want to record it in init, you can record it, and if you want to record it in action, so basically we used to record it in the actions folder, and I will record it as my nl underscore 01 underscore uh, script. And I'm going to use Microsoft Edge for this. So in case if you want to record any other applications, you can use SAP Citrix Real. For now, we're going to use only the web API, and I'm going to clear cache so that no unwanted cache or cookies data will be part of my application. And then I'm clicking OK. And now, if you see, okay, access to internet, okay, I'm clicking OK now. And then, so this particular window will be popping up. So if you see, you'll get this particular transaction screen where you can, so this is the recording button. And then the second one, if you can see here, this is the pass. So if you are in the middle of the recording and if you want to pass the recording, you can click this button and you can pass the recording. And once the testing is completed, you have to stop the recording here. And then in which folder you want to save this recording. So whether it has to be in the end or whether it has to be in the actions, and then the transaction number. So I basically follow the best practice of naming the transactions as 0, 1, 2, 3, and then after that, I'll add the transaction name. So for now, I'll enter 01.
What about
And
certificate, Shan? I mean, Vasant? I
mhm.
mean, how to export this certificate? Do we need to export any certificate? Because in
Mm,
Gemini, in the
I don't know.
certificate.
We don't need to any certificate thing is there because this is basically it comes up with this inbuilt. But if you have any messages that tells you to record, yes, you have to just download and install it. That should be fine.
It's
It will come
asking
in
me
this particular screen
certificate
itself.
when I was started recording.
Okay, okay, yeah. I'll just show this recording and then you can share your screen and then we'll fix it up. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yep, sure. So let me go to my application and then 02. I'm entering the store. Then 03. I'm going to okay, let me just click. Let's go sign in. And I'm going to click on sign in and then enter cred and login. So I have logged into the application and then yep, let me go to the transactions. And I'm going to click fish and then I'm going to click on any of the product here. And then the seventh one is I'm going to add to cart. So I'm going to click on add to cart. And then yes, we have clicked on add to cart. And the eighth one is I'm going to click proceed to checkout. And then I'm going to click continue. And then this confirm. Yes, so now we have completed the transaction. So now we got the message that the thank you, your order has been submitted. And then the last step is I'm going to sign out. And then once you feel that you completed all your transactions, click on your stop recording. And then we get this screen here where it will wait for the last response. So if you see, we'll get this response here. And then just make sure you are first. Let me just do this one. So I'll just unselect everything and I'll just choose only the one that I have wanted to be as part of this particular transaction. So this is the only server that we are going to have as part of the script. And then if you see, we have got this particular add thing like record unselected host next time. So I have to uncheck to add them to the recording exclusion list. So once I add that, they'll be added to my recording, the exclusion list, right? So now if I click on next, so it will search for any dynamic parameters. So dynamic parameters basically is the correlation ID, so the session ID or something which is coming from the server. So NeoLoad automatically handles, most of the times it works. Some of the times if it doesn't work, then we'll have to jump in and we'll have to fix it. In terms of applications like Pega or some other applications, this dynamic parameters do not normally work. So in those scenarios, we'll have to, yes, we have to jump in and we have to delete. Otherwise, by default, NeoLoad handles the dynamic parameters or the correlation values, I would say. And yeah, so this is what, so in fact I think I have a framework that's been set up already. So that's the reason it has been populated, one. So I will just show you as well how to do this one using the framework, so that it will actually save you a lot of time. Because if you're creating scripts, the same set of scripts every time, right? So when you're creating a framework, automatically it will save you a lot of time. uh, it's a kind of a manual, custom related custom framework. So I created it and then it works fine. And then click on next. So if I have not done it, then I would need to do that from scratch, but I will tell you how to do that as well. Yeah, population now. Let me just cancel it for now. Cancel and then next. And then this is another part. So override think time with. So I will make it to 0, because if you use recorded think time, then automatically they will be recorded as a think time. But we need to have a templated think time. So I will show you how to do that as well. And then click on next. And then from the authenticated session, so this will tell you to use which authentication to use, like the username and password, the test data that we have used. So I'm not going to choose this. I'm going to give it manually. So I'm going to click next. Okay, let me just choose this one for now. I'm going to click next. Yeah. So this will tell you that these are the values that you wanted to use. Like username is 1, and then the password that we have selected. And then I'm going to click. So these are the values that I have used as part of the parameters. So I'm going to use the multiple accounts and click next. So I can use either from the account login password list, or I can use a CSV file to implement it, or whatever. I can do it from the CSV file. I can use the different set of username and password to this. So for now, I'm just clicking OK. So if you see here, um, did you remember that we have selected the encrypt value, the at the place where we have encrypted the password? So automatically, any password that you record, they will be stored as the encrypted value or something like a hidden one, so they won't be shown to you. And here, usually by default, it comes up with this particular naming, like column 0, column 1. So we'll have to change it to uh, username. So I normally change it to username so that we'll be aware of what exactly is the parameter name. And then I'll change this to password. And then if you see here, I'm using the account.csv, which is under my variables folder. And if I click on this particular 3 dots, you can go to this folder as well. So this is where, and this is inside your project. So under your NeoLoad Bootcamp, under your variables folder, you will have this account.csv. Okay, again, it's open. Sorry, I have not saved it. So if you really want to edit it manually, you can also do it. So okay, I'll just go to that part. So if I go to documents, NeoLoad projects, and NeoLoad Bootcamp, and I go to the variables section, and here's my CSV file. And when I open it, I'll open it. I can open it with Excel, or I can open it with Notepad. So for now, I'll just open it with the Excel sheet. So this is how it works. So you have your username and password, and they are delimited by colon, right? So you can add any number of username and password to this one. So let me just open it with Notepad, and I can show you. Plus plus. Yeah. So if you see, so yeah, this is how it works, and you can add your username and password as well. And this auto password 01, I'll show you where exactly is it saved. So if I click, okay, yep. So we have got the. I think I have not completed. Okay, sorry. Let me record it again. By the time I need to set the proxy, I believe. Okay, I have no proxy. That's fine. Okay, let me just do another recording. Okay. Yep. Pet store. And then click pet store. Click sign in. In fact, I think meanwhile we can even check it here as well. Yeah. So I got my first transaction. Okay, I think it's not been recorded properly for some reason. Okay, yep, I think it's coming up. Yep, it's coming up. So if you want, you can see it here. Let me just open it. Come on. Yeah, I think it's getting recorded. So the catalog action is getting recorded. Yep. So this is another way to confirm that your transactions are getting recorded. So I think other than that, we're getting the transactions as well. So we'll just so all the hangout, the meet that we're connecting. So that is also getting recorded. So yeah, this is one more thing which I wanted to tell you. So behind the screens, any network that's been sent back and forth will be recorded in your screen. So you'll have to be very careful while we are recording it. So now click on sign in. We had clicked it, and then now enter thread and login. You can use one and one password if you want to really test this application. So that's the password I'm using. And then like fish. Let me do it real quick. Yes, done. So now I'm going to stop my recording, and then yep, by the time I think all the transactions have been recorded. Yeah, and yeah, so same way, I'm going to unselect all, and I'm going to select only the transactions I needed. So other transactions will be added to the exclusion list. And yes, I'll click on next. Search for dynamic parameters. Next. There are nothing. Overwriting time 0. Next. I'm going to select the credential, I mean the user and password. Click next. Yes, yes. Come on. Yep. Use multiple accounts. Yeah, I'll just show you to you after this end of this one. So just for now, I'm just going to record this. So just go to next. You may change the column name for the variable by clicking yes. I know. Do you want to continue anyway? Yes, I want to continue. Login name column 1. Password is column 1. Sorry, login is column 0 and the password is column 1. And click on next. Finish. So let's complete the scripting first. So here, if you see, we had several other requests as well, right? But the moment we have removed it, so all those transactions have been removed, or they have been excluded, and only we have the pet store applications, right? So this is how the NeoLoad works. You don't need to worry about deleting them, going inside, and then unwanted, like deleting all the excluded ones. So just the moment you select the unselected, automatically they will be added to your exclusion list. Okay, and we are going to I'm going to remove this one. Delete. Yes, I'm going to use only this one. So it's going to be NeoLoad _01 script. So this is another best practice. So if you have multiple scripts, just name them by numbers so that you know what exactly are the scripts, and then under the scripts, just name the transactions in the numbers so you know the numbers and the scripts as well. So yeah, this is how your recording works. So yeah, one of you can show your screen and you can share your recording. We will just see and we'll try to fix it up. So any doubts so far, guys, in terms of your recording?
Yeah, one small doubt person.
Yeah. Please.
Actually, I'm not able. Should I have received the video, Google Drive video? I
Mhm.
am not able to open the video. It is unsupported file, Vasant. I'm
Okay.
getting the error. So I'm
I
not
think.
installing
Mm,
NeoLoad in my system.
okay, I think you do not have the RAR setup. The RAR, which is something like the extraction one. So do you have your WinZip or something in your machine? So if can you just share your screen so that you'll just go it real quick.
So as of now, I am logging in my mobile, Vasant. I'm in outside. So
Okay.
that's why I have
Yeah,
logged to my
I
mobile.
remember I told you that we can see that in the boot camp, right? I remember you.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, Vasant.
oh, okay, but in this way I can't help you for now. Anybody
Okay.
else is having your screen who would want to show your
Vasant,
screen?
actually, I was asking you to join. Just accept that one. I was joining
Oh,
from another
okay.
computer because I was logging into
Uh,
the MacBook.
Sorry, I can't get your meeting request. Sorry,
Let me
I don't
drop
get.
this one and I will accept. Okay.
Yeah. Sure, definitely. Yep. And send me a request, Jan. Yeah. Anybody else would want to share your screen and show your recording? I will just see. Yeah. So any doubts so far, guys? All good? Any doubts in terms of your recording? Or is anybody interested to share your screen and show the recording from your screen? Or would want to show your record, like how to record using NeoLoad?
Hi, Vasant, Nirupa here.
Yeah,
So,
hi, Nirup.
Vasant, few times whenever we verified that request and response, sometimes response
Mm-hmm,
is encoded.
mm-hmm,
It is
mm-hmm,
decoded. So, how we need to
mm-hmm.
encode it?
Okay. Do you
How
have
we
any
need to do that?
example for that? Because I mean, yeah, I understand that there are like several scenarios where it comes in a way of encoder. But again, it's if it is like encoded, then I think it's mostly from the application's perspective. So they wanted that response to be encoded. So the only control we have is we can change
Vasant, I'm
the
back.
request. Yeah, hi, Shansha. Yeah, hi. Yeah. Shansha, would you want to share your screen?
Yes,
Uh,
Vasant, I
yeah,
would like to
please.
share.
Yeah, please. Yeah, you share screen. And meanwhile, yeah, Nirupa. So it's the only control we have is we can change or we can give the values in the request, and the response is automatically that comes from the servers, right? So we don't have any major control in terms of the response. So everything we can have or we can control is only from the request, right? So if it is encoded, then basically the application must have been an encoded one.
So, in that case, any
Mm,
values, dynamic values is generated in that particular response, then we can't able
mm,
to capture it, right? So, first request wherever a dynamic value is exists, that response we need to capture, right? So, if it is decoded, then it will capture
mhm,
second
mhm.
request that value,
Yeah,
right?
I got it. I
But we
got
need to
why
capture in
I
first
understand. Yeah.
iteration.
Yes, I understand what you're trying to say. So you're saying that if I want to send some response to my second request and that value stays in the first request response, so how can you do that? Yeah, this is a quite a
Yes,
complex thing, but yeah, I think we can discuss in a separate session, Nirupa, because everything is different and we'll have a separate catch up if you're okay.
sure, Vasan.
Hmm? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You can share your screen and we'll continue. Yep, I
Are you
think
able to
you.
see my screen, right?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. Can I start recording?
Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
I was new to the new load.
Yeah,
Actually,
no
at
problem.
I haven't used.
No problem. Go ahead.
Everything is fine, right? Everything.
Yeah, so you have to, yeah, going to record in Chrome. Yes, yes. Yeah, click OK. Yep, continue. Yeah, access to internet and access server to test and give a name. Give a name to this. Something like a proxy or anything like that. Yeah. It's just to understand, like, because this will be saved in your proxy. So yeah, you can just click your name. Yep. Give a name and click OK. Yeah. So now this part, right? So can you see that download the certificate one? Yeah. Click on download the certificate. Yes. Yeah. And open that. Click, keep. Yep. Yeah. Let's now open it. Yeah. Just double click and open it. Yeah. Open. And you have to install this certificate. Yeah. Install certificate. Yep. A local machine. No. Okay.
Similar
Fine.
thing
Fine.
like in Gmail, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Like we did in JMeter. Like you have to install it in all the personal, trusted, and everything. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Same way in other folders as well. Yes.
Okay. Can I close the browser now?
No. Wait. Other folders also you have to install. Click on down. You have downloaded already, right? Can you open it again? No. Can you open the downloaded one? Yeah. Go to the downloads. Yeah. Double click open. Yeah. Open. And go to install. Install certificate. Hello. You there? Sorry. I think we missed you. Hello. Scientia. Can you hear us?
I think he left the meeting.
Yep. Yeah, I think some issues may be there. Yep. Sure. No problem. Let's wait for him. But yeah, meanwhile, let me. Yeah, can you see my screen, guys? Okay, I think you can see.
Yes, Vasan.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's wait for him to come. Meanwhile, we'll just continue with our what is that meeting? Yeah.
So Vasant, if I want to install
Yeah.
NeoLoad, you have
Hmm.
given some files
Yeah,
where
the
I can.
Windows file. Yeah.
Okay. So where I can get it?
It's in the Google Drive I have, so you can. If you really want from the NeoLoad, yeah, there is also a NeoLoad. Uh, I think one of our subscriber had actually shared the link as well. I can just show you. But did
Okay.
you get it already, or you want to have the access for that file?
Yeah. I want install on my machine. I am new to NeoLoad.
Oh, okay. So, did you raise any access? I think I have sent the link. If you can click on that, and if you click access, I'll give you the access.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just send it now, and then I'll give it real quick.
So
Gmail.
in this
Hmm.
chat chat you have sent.
No, it's in the WhatsApp chat. You are in the WhatsApp channel now? Okay. Fine. No worries. What I'll do is, can you send me your email?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you access directly. Yeah, I think you're Nirupa. Nirupa, did you get access? Sorry, I saw your request just now.
Yeah, Vasant, I'm back. Actually, I lost the internet connection.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, just a sec.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, please. Meanwhile, I think the other one, yeah. Can you? Okay, I'll just send. It's onto my one. Nirupa, I'm giving you access now. Sorry, I just saw your request just now. And the other one, yep. Just a second, Shansha. I think we have got one off. The message. Okay. Yep, I got your email.
Can I stop sharing?
Yeah. Go ahead. You can start. Yeah, Samir, I gave you
Okay.
access. Once shines are completed, you can start your thing. Yeah, Samir, you can share your screen. You can share your new load.
Okay.
Yep. And yeah, so the certificate part. So firstly, Okay, I think the proxy part feels okay. No worries. Yeah, you can. What you can do is first install the certificate in the other folders as well, and on top of it, you can also import the certificate to your Google browser. So after doing all these, it will be easy for you to start recording.
Yeah, that was done
That
just
done?
now
Okay,
itself.
fine, fine, good, good then. Yeah, then you can start your recording. Yeah.
But,
No.
uh,
Okay. No. No. Wait. 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 Can you stop again and start it again? Because I think it's in a different screen, so it won't be recorded. Yeah. Just stop it and then you can start. Yeah. Click cancel. 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 Yep. And you can start again. Go to your new load and you can start again. Yep.
yeah. Now I didn't get that message.
Okay. Then I think it's set up. Yeah. And yeah, we can now we can start recording. Give the URL and you can start recording from the screen itself. Yeah. If you have the URL, no, 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 don't go to other URL. Just go to the NeoLoad recording URL browser and give the URL here. Yes, yes.
JPEG store, right?
Yeah, yeah. Anything, but yeah, if it's JPEG store, yeah, it'll be easy for you to navigate. No, it's yeah, JPEG. The first link, putstore.octopuff.com. No, don't record this one. Yeah, just record from that particular thing. Yep. Click on that. Yes. Yeah. Now we can start recording. Yeah. Sorry, you can give the name. Yep.
We don't want to give it a base URL, wasn't?
Sorry.
We don't want it to give it an base URLs. First of all, you have to give the base URLs. In the
Yeah,
first
yeah,
part,
yeah. Yeah, we have to give basic all, but yeah, since he started that way, we can give it. He's giving it that way, but yeah, we can delete it, no problem. We can start from
okay,
the
okay, fine, fine.
basic transaction. Yeah. So usually when we are working in a organization, we know what exactly the URL we are going to test. So in that way, we don't get this issue.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm. Sure.
Can I log out? Just log
Yeah,
in, log out.
yeah, yeah. Just login out. Yeah, should be fine.
Yeah, it got log out.
Okay,
Can I
great.
stop?
Yeah, I can stop now. Yeah.
Okay.
Next. Yeah, click next.
Next.
Yeah, next.
Next.
Yeah, another time.
Do I need to allow?
Yeah, hello, hello. Yeah. And yeah, next again. Yeah, Raghu, I gave you access. You can check it. Yeah, click overtime, override think time. No, no, override think time. Yeah, click 0 and give 0. Yeah, and next. And select, yeah, select that so that you get your username and password. Yep. Now click next again. Yeah, go ahead. Next. Yeah, next. And yeah, use multiple accounts. Yeah, for now, if you want to use the recorded one, you can use. But for now, I'll just, my advice is to select multiple accounts and then you click next. And use the account from CSV and click next. And next. Yes. Yes. And next, oh, and just change the password column to column one because the login one is column zero and the password is column one. Yeah. And next, and finish. Yep. So now you got your recording done, and you can go to your transact script and see the transactions.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was
Yeah.
there. It was
Yeah.
there.
Can you expand that? Expand that transaction as well. Transaction one. Yeah. So now if you see, you got your request, right? And if you click on that, can you click on one of the transaction? Yeah. Yeah, and you can see that a snapshot as well, like screenshot. So when while you are recording that particular transaction, you get this particular screenshot. So this way you can confirm that you got your right transaction. So instead of going to the transaction, right, you can also see, okay, so this transaction I got this screen, right? So
So
again, some of the scenarios where it might be changing, but yeah, for most of the scenarios you'll be getting the right screen, but just a git of it. Okay, and yeah, anybody else would want to try? Would want to show the recording from your screen?
I will stop sharing.
Yeah, you can stop sharing. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasant.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll just go through the next steps now. But by the time,
Yeah.
yeah, anybody else would want to share your screen, guys?
Maybe today EOD, I have installed the NeoLoad version. In case
Uh
any
huh.
doubts, I will click the WhatsApp group also.
Yeah. Sure. Anytime.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, anybody else would want to share your screen, guys?
Vasant, I think I
Mm-hmm.
am not part of WhatsApp group. You
Mm-hmm.
have shared that Google
Okay.
link.
Okay.
S-
Uh,
uh, so,
yeah.
yeah, so where to get that drive access?
And,
Drive
I think I gave you Samir. I gave you your access. Can you just check your Gmail?
Gmail. Oh,
Yeah. I gave you access.
In the Gmail, we have to download that extracted RAR file.
Yep.
okay.
Yep. Yeah. Click on that link, then you automatically get access to this file. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, anybody else would want to try?
Wasn't at the same time, can you share me the link for the MacBook also because we can able to do in the Windows, but not into the MacBook. Can you
Did
able
you
to?
try? Did you try that link they shared you? Okay, I can. Yeah, I can get it to you. Meanwhile, I'll just let me check that link.
Okay.
Yeah, just a second. So, did you try this link? I think here, I think someone of our subscriber had shared, and here we have for the macOS. Yeah, so this actually work. So if you see right, it starts downloading. So this also should work for you. And this link I shared you in the chat, the WhatsApp chat.
Can you share me now? That one I will.
Can you see the screen? Can you see my screen now? Actually.
No, I didn't able to. Just I can see only.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I think the presentation has been a different mode. Sorry. Come on.
I think you have to turn a
Yeah,
presentation
yeah,
by
yeah,
yours.
yeah. It's fast. Yeah. Can you see now? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yes.
So this was actually from the URL that's been shared by a subscriber. And if you go to this particular place, the Tricentis NeoLoad 9.2, that's the latest one. And if you click on this one, the Mac OS one, so automatically your download starts. So yeah, you can also use this link as well. This is in the WhatsApp chat, so you can download it from here as well.
Can you
I
share
can
me now?
even
Is it fine?
sorry,
In Can you share here?
the file
No, not file.
uh,
That
uh,
link. No,
link.
different.
Yeah. I can send it to you. I can send it in the chat. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can use this link. I think for any of the other OS as well, you can also download. I think it's having for Windows, Linux, Unix, and Mac OS as well. Yeah, you can use it from here. Yeah. So anybody else having any doubts or would want to share your screen, please go ahead. Otherwise, we can proceed with the next steps. Any doubts, guys, in terms of recording, or is anybody good? Everybody good? Okay. Fine. Then let me move on to the next step. So after we create our scripts, there are two things that has to be done. So they are Where is that? And let me open my whiteboard. Okay. Yeah. So there are two things. One is the parameterization, and then the second one is the correlation. So the first part is the parameterization. The parameterization is nothing but the input given by the user. So which is us. So these are something like your username. It can be your password. Any test data, like if you're in, it can be a PNR, it can be your insurance claim number, or it can be your account number or anything. So all these data will be given by the users. So that is the parameterization. And next comes the correlation. Okay. And when it's up to correlation, so these are the values that comes from the server, because we cannot, by any chance, we cannot control these values, but we can control the parameters but not the correlation. So they comes from the server and we can find them in the response. So that is about the parameterization correlation. So first we will do the parameterization, and in this scenario we have to parameterize the username and password. So when we record, we have recorded these values, which is the username and password. So if I go to accounts, I think you can see my screen here. Yeah, if I go to accounts, I have my username and password. And let me delete the other unwanted values here. I have only the accounts. And let me change the column name here to username, then the column 1 to password. And also these values will be like, okay, so since we recorded it as encrypted, so they are saved as the auto password. And for now I'm going to have it as the same name. So for that I'm going to open this file. I think I can close this one and open it again. So if I click on this three dots, or else yep, okay, there's other way to open that. So if you click on this open, automatically we get this values here, and I can change this value to 1, and I can save this, and automatically this will be reflected here. So if I click on refresh, so if you see, right, so automatically they will be reflected here. And if in fact I can even change this value here, the column names, like for example I can change this to um, username and then the password, and I click on apply, refresh. Yep, so now I got these values here. And in fact, if I want to add values, I can do this as well. So if I go here and add 2, and the delimiter is colon and 2. So now you might have a doubt that why should I add a delimiter here, right? Just add an enter at the end so that they'll be useful. And if you see here, the column delimiter I have used as colon. So in case if you are using a file which has comma, you can also change that as well. So if you click comma and if I click refresh, automatically they'll be changed, because the delimiter which I'm using in my file is the colon. So I can change it to comma. Same way I can change it to comma, and even you can use any of the delimiters that you want to use. So if I click refresh, automatically you can see the values has changed. Let me change this to password again. And now we are ready. So we have got the username and password in the parameters file. And then we have got several value change policies. And here, so when it comes to value change policy, we have like 5 different policies on each use. So when you select on each use, automatically for every use, so if you are using this value in every single request, automatically the values will be changing on each use. And if you're using for each request, even though you have the value that's been parameterized multiple times in the same request, but it has been used multiple times, like the each use might be different, but if it is in the same request, the value will be same for that request. And for each page, yes, it's again the transaction, and for each iteration is you have multiple iterations to run. So if you use this value, so for each iteration it will be the same thing, and for each virtual user instance is for each virtual user it won't change. For example, if you want to use one for the first user and say two for the second user, it won't change until the end of the test. So it will be the same way until you like stop the test. So it will be like one for the first user, two for the second user, three for the third user. And then you have the scope. So if you want to use it to the local one, local value, so you can use it. And then if it is global, you can use it. So I would say, so most of us will have a doubt whether what should I use, whether local or global. So I never change this settings. I always use global because that will be anyways inside your script. And then the order, if you really want to create any randomized way, you can use random, or if you want to use sequential, you can use it. So when you select sequential, automatically it starts from 1 2 and it goes on. And if you select random, it will be like somewhere random in your value, like it starts from 3 2 1. So it will be like playing in it on its own value. And then any actually is again same. It's a kind of a mixed way of sequential and random. And then when it comes to the values, so when it's like out of values, automatically the cycle values will cycle the values from the bottom. So again, it will come back to the start, and then it will start from 1 2 and 3, and it goes on and on. And in some scenarios where we want to stop the test, where we were using, so if some scenarios where we have like a data that's been used only one time, so you cannot reuse the data, right? So in those scenarios you can stop the test. And in the other scenarios where if you want to return the values, so if there are no values, it will say like there is no more values, and you can start, okay, it will say like no more values, that's it, it's not going to stop the test, right? So these are some of the ways we can use this parameterization in this particular thing. And here in this scenario, I normally use cycle value so that the test will keep on running every time in terms of any data that you're going to use. And my set of selection is I used to select for each virtual user instance, so that every user will have their own set of data for every test. Then yeah, let me click apply, click OK, and then I will go to that particular transaction. So the transaction here is, so since I have named it very clearly like enter credential and login, I can directly go that to the particular transaction and go to this username. So how I'm going to change this is I just open this particular place here and click on this three dots, and then I select this particular value, which is accounts.username, and click OK, another OK. So this will rename, or this will change the username value, the column here, and then again username accounts.password. So yeah, so I have saved this, changed it. So in case if you want to make changes, just click Control Z and it'll go back to your old one. So why did I do this is we can also find if this value has been selected anywhere else in your script. So just go to edit, yeah, to the search button here, click on the search and search in the request definition globally, click next, and search in the string, search for, click next. So if you want to find this value, so you can see it clearly, so we have this value here, click next, so that if there are any other values you can also search and replace it. So that's the reason. Normally for username and password, yes, it will be like in a one place. Sometimes it will be like in one or two places, because whenever the request that's getting passed, so sometimes it goes to the next request as well. But in most of the scenarios, it will be in one place. But this is in terms of username and password. But if you have some other values like a PNR or any other account details or something, it will be like in several different places, right? So in those scenarios, you have to search and then you have to replace it. So for now, let me do this quick replace. I'll just show you how to do that. So I'm just going to take this value. I'm going to search the string and I'm going to replace it with account.username. I think someone has requested view screen. Yep. Okay. So coming back to NeoLoad. So yeah, so I'm going to replace my column name or column 0 with the username, and next and finish. And I'm going to click replace. Yep. So this is replace. And I'm going to replace my password. So I'm just copying this. Click OK. Go to search. Search in the request definition globally. Next. Search for the value. I'm going to replace it with passwords. Click OK. Next. Finish. So now I'm going to replace. So now I have replaced it. And then how can I test it? Okay, so before that, I'll have to replace one thing. I just have to change it to each iteration so that I can just check both the values here. And then once I change this username credentials, what I'll do is I'll have to click on this check button. So if you see there is a person icon with a tick symbol, click on that, and then you get to go to the screen. And then in the advanced, so once you click advanced, you get this screen. So if I want to check with multiple iterations, I can do it. So I'm going to choose 2 iterations, and everything is going to be same. My load generator is going to be a local host, cache is going to be recorded, so everything is going to be same. So only thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to test it with two different 2 iterations. Then I start checking. So now I did 2 iterations, and also I can check the variables which I've used. So I'm going to the credentials and login, and let me open it. So here, if you see, if you go to this request request details here, and you can find which values we have used. So here, if you see, I got username 2, password 2. So every time when you select it, so it's going to be in the last transaction. So if I go on to check the other transaction, if I click on this particular request, so this will go to the next iteration in the same loop. So which is in the next iteration of this loop. So if I click on it here, so if you see, I've got the user 1 and password 1. So any doubts so far in terms of parameterization, guys? Any doubts? So how to do the parameterization, or any doubts in terms of checking it, or in replacing it, or in creating it? Any doubts, guys, in terms of parameters?
No, Vasanth, we have to do by ourselves. That will be fine for us.
Yeah, if you want, you can share your screen so that you can go ahead along with you, and then we'll see.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. You can share your screen now.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, you can start. Yeah,
I have to click this one, right? For this one, for particular request.
yes,
Okay. Which I am having the username and password for static
yes,
values.
yeah, correct.
I have to select this one and press FX.
Yes, correct.
Now, user password. Okay, next.
Mhm.
Uh,
No, click on open. Click on open. Can you click see open? No, not this one. Just close this. Cancel. Click cancel. Yeah.
okay.
Can you see open? Open button at the right side. No. Come down. Come down. Come down. Yeah. Can you see open? Yeah. So here you can edit
It
it.
is
Yeah.
button.
Yeah, if you want to edit it, you can click open and you can edit it. Yeah.
It is base 64. I mean, auto encrypted, right?
Yeah. So
22.
yeah. So if you want to see the password, you can also do it. Otherwise, there is another thing. So if you can no. Yeah. Click you can enter the values like 1:semicolon 1. Yeah, and you can save it. Save it and you can close it.
Okay,
Yeah.
saved. Can I
Yeah.
close?
Yeah, you can close it.
Okay,
Yeah, and refresh.
but it was not changed. It was given name right earlier. Why?
Yeah, because you haven't changed it. Yeah, you can change it here.
Username,
Yep.
password.
Yeah. Click refresh.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, now click apply, and yeah, it will be set.
Random order.
Mhm.
Okay. Can I click apply and okay,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, 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 yeah. I can click apply, and you can, yeah.
I didn't get this step. Could you please help on this one?
Yeah, can you
To change.
double click? Yeah, double click on that
Okay.
column. Yeah, and just copy that. See, if it is going to be just one value, you can directly replace it here, or else if you find it has to be replaced in several locations, then you can copy this and go to search, and then you can replace it from there. Yeah, click OK, and yeah, click cancel or whatever. Yeah, and search the question definition globally. Yes, click next, and paste the value here, and click on three dots. Yeah, and take account.username. Yes. Okay. Yep. Click next and finish. Yeah. Now we can find where to replace, and you can click replace. Yes. And okay. Yep. And same way for password as well. Yeah. Finish. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Now we can run a quick validation and to check whether it's working fine.
With three users, I have to run.
No, no,
There
no.
are three users.
It's not the load test, but it's the checking. So can you see a man symbol with a tick next to the recording button? Yeah, click that one. Yep, yep. Click on that. Yeah,
It's
and
not checking
if you
that.
want to run multiple iterations, you can click on advanced. Otherwise, you can, if you want to run just validate one time, you can click on start checking.
This action got failed because we haven't done this one, right? So that's why it is
No, that
failed.
is not record. I mean, the fave.icon.icon is not required. You can remove that. But for now, yeah, can you go to that? No, I think the first, not, I think the transaction two is where I think you enter your value. So you can just go there and see. But for now, I would say you can, I mean, like you can disable the icon thing that anyways will fail. I know.
Yeah.
So
How to
to
disable that one? What I need
uh,
to
right click on that failed request. Click that.
fail.
Right click on that. Go ahead. Right click.
Okay.
Select and design. Yeah, select and design. Yep. And now you can
Okay.
disable it. Yep. Right click and disable.
It is
Or
enabled.
yeah,
Okay.
enable. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So now if you run it, it won't work. And yeah, like you said, you can go to that request and see whether the value has been replaced properly, and also you can see the response. How does it work?
Okay. Now go to that request. Now, where should I go here?
Yeah. Click on that again. That same, that testing, that a man with a tick symbol on the top. Yes. And go to the requests. Click on the request. Yeah, one after the other. So can you see the green tick?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And now if you click on the request, you can see the values that you have passed. Yep. And scroll down.
Yeah. It was taken Shazam, anything. Randomly we
Yeah,
picked that, right?
because you chose random or any. Yeah. So that's the reason you're just choosing anything from that list.
Yeah, it was
Hmm?
done.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fine. So this is how the parameters work, and the next is I'll show you how to do the correlation. Okay, and yep, I can, I'm sharing my screen now. Yeah, again, you can start presenting. I'll start from my end.
Sure,
Thank
sure.
you. Thanks. Yeah. Hey, can you see that presentation one? Yeah, that arrow mark. Yeah, that arrow mark thing. Yep. Stop presenting. Yep. Thank you. And just let me know if you can see my screen.
Thank you, Hassan.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. Yeah, can you see my screen, guys?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
was.
Great. Yeah. So I'll give you an example of how to do the correlation part. So if I go to this checking one here, and under this, if I go to some response, so can you see here the response one? So I'm going to correlate this particular value, and how to correlate this is I'm going to select this value. So I've copied this and go to the flag requests and click whose response contains. Okay, and paste this value. And the moment I pasted this value, you can see there's a tick symbol in the first request. So which means this response is, I mean, this value is in the response of this particular request. Okay, I believe you can see what I'm showing you. So the first request here. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
this contains the value. Okay, yeah, thanks. So if I go to the response, I can just confirm it. If I can just do a search, sorry, I can find the session ID. So if you see here, the value is in here in the different value. Okay, so this is in the response. So what I'll do is I'll go back, I'll click on select and design, and then I'll click on advanced. So once you click on advanced, go to the variable extractor. So here there will be like 5 different tabs. So if you see in the recorded response, you can see that session ID value here. And let me go to the variable extractors, click on plus symbol. I'm going to click on this search one. In the find, I'm going to search the value. Okay, I think not this value, sorry. I think it should be a different one. Okay, I think I've chosen the wrong one, so I have to choose both because sometimes the value in the head will be in the headers as well. So now if I search for that, I think I should get it. Okay, it's not in the value, so let me search for the J session. Okay, it's not in this one as well. Just a moment.
Our value is starting with the double nine.
Yeah, but I think it should at least have the J session ID value, but it's not there. Let me, okay, it's here in this value, it's in the header. Let me go back and go to advanced plus. Okay, let me, I think at least you can see here. Structures, both. No probably to the value or something, I believe. Okay, let me check whether any other values have been already correlated. So it's only the username and password. Okay, fine. Okay, I can even show this way. So if I go to this comparison, okay, so this value is not been picked up. It's in the response. Okay, I think this value is not here. Fine, no worries. What I'll do is I'll just show you a different example for the correlation, but also I can even show you a quick example here. So if I go to advanced, um, yeah, so if you go to advanced here, and yeah, I can even show this one. So if you see here, there is this particular value here, right? So I'll just show you how to correlate this value. So this is a, a source page value here. So if I have this value to be correlated, so I just selected this value, and then um, I'll just try to find this in the response. So it's source page. I'm just going to this select thing, flag request, sources. Okay, I think we have it. This one. Yeah. So we have this value here. Why is session ID is not coming? Oh, okay, it's here. It's there. Fine, no worries. Let me get this value. So to correlate a value, you must need your right boundary and left boundary. So in this scenario, I'm going to choose the entire value here. If can you either do this way, or else there's another way to do this. Just go to the select design, go to advanced, go to variable extractors, click on this plus symbol, go to this search. Then if you paste this, okay, come on, I think for some reason it's not working. Okay, we have this value here. So the source page value has been changed from the request and response. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select all these values here. So I'm going to select until this, and I'm going to select pick selected text. So this will select the entire value, but we need only this particular value, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the entire one after this value equal to quotes, cut it, paste it at the end, and then I'm going to remove this value, which is the one that we wanted to collect. Okay, so now if you see, we have got the values that we want to correlate. So if you see the values extracted from the recorded content, so now this will be like any character that comes in between this combination. So that this should start with this value and it should end with this value. So anything that comes inside this value will be correlated, or it will be selected and it will be replaced. Okay, and now in the extracted variable, I'm going to choose it as give the name as source page underscore correlation. So this is the way we can differentiate between the correlation, the parameters. So I give it as correlation 0, 1. And now I'm just copying this value because this is the value we are going to replace here. And then the value extracted from the content. So I will replace, I'll copy this value as well. Click OK, and then I'm going to click OK. And there is an option here. So you do not want to go search everywhere and replace it. Instead, you can just click here as just select that value, and there's an option here to search and replace. So if you select click search and replace, so since this is nowhere needs to be replaced, automatically it says that there is no reason to replace it. So we'll just click OK. And let me give you another example here. This is another very usable example for you. So if you see in this particular request, right, the actions while I was clicking fish and while I was clicking the product, so there are like several products. Okay, and the thing is I want to dynamically change instead of this one particular value. I want to dynamically change it. So either you can do this using parameters, or you can do this even through the correlation as well. So I'll show you how to do that. So I want to correlate, I want to like change this value, the product value dynamically. So what I'll do have to do is I'll have to go to the previous request here, select this value, and same way I'll have to go to this advanced here, and then the plus symbol, go to this search, and then here I have this values, right? So these are the values I'm going to correlate, okay, which is I'm going to dynamically change it automatically during the test. So for that, I'm going to use this as my the correlation here. So I'm just going to select this values and copy it. I'm a pick selected text, and then This is the value which I want to correlate. So let me just cut it and delete. So if you see the value extracted from the recorded content is this first value, and if I select extract all occurrences, I can get all the values. But in this scenario, I'm going to use only the randomly extract one occurrence. So if I choose randomly extract one occurrence, it will choose any of the items. So even if you see here, like every time when I choose, automatically this value gets changed, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select. So I'm going to correlate the product ID. So in several scenarios, this will be helpful, but because in some applications we'll be having lots of data that has to be parameterized. So in that scenarios, you can use this correlation technique where you can correlate the value from your response, and then you can parameterize that in your uh, application. So this is going to be my correlation underscore 02. Then I'm clicking OK, and now I'm going to replace. Okay, for now, okay, I just have this value, and now I'm clicking on OK, and I'm going to the second transaction here, and let me copy this value, go to search, replace, search for this value, and I'm going to use this. So since this is the reason I have told you to give the names correlation, because if you see here, we have the username, the parameters as well, and also the correlation in the same variable section, right? So I'm going to change the product ID, click OK, next, finish. Yes, I'm going to change this here, replace. So see, this is the reason I have told you to search and replace. Otherwise, we might not know it will be in the record, the request header as well. So I'm going to replace it. So now we have replaced the value, and then so I have replaced the product ID. Now I want to replace the, because once your product ID changes, right? So let me show you. So if you see here, for the first product, the 01, you get EST1 and EST2, and for product 2 you get EST3, and same way for product the third one you get EST4 and 5, and for the last one you get 2021. So automatically, if the previous one, the product ID changes, their item ID is also getting changed, right? So based on that, we'll have to replace. So this is how the correlation works. So I'll go back to this screen. I'm going to change this EST1. So this is in the particular request. So I'll have to go to the previous response. So I'm going to the previous response, select this advanced value, go to the variable extractors, click the plus symbol, again the search, and then the EST1. So here I've got the EST1 value. So let's do the same thing here. I'm going to select this value, the entire value here, pick selected text. So this is the value I'm going to correlate. So I'm selecting this one. I'm going to correlate this value. So if I click on extract all occurrences, you can see I've got all the values when I'm doing this regular expression extractor. So I'm using randomly extract one occurrence, and this is going to be item ID underscore correlation underscore 03. And then let me click OK. There is no search and replace. That's fine. So if I want to move this as a framework parameter, I can do this. So like I told you, if you have some values which you are using regularly, and if you want to create it as a framework, yes, you can also create this framework. I'll just show you at the end of this on how to do that. So for now, I'm clicking OK, and I'll go to search and replace. Oh, sorry, I think I have did that mistake. Copy this, Control C. Oh, why? And then, okay, it's in the correlation. Yep. So this is the value which I'm going to replace. So I'm going to copy this EST1, go to search, and I'm going to replace it with correlation ID, the item ID 3. Finish, yes, replace, and then in the request header as well, yes, replace. Yep. So now I have replaced it. Let me save, and I'll do just few more iterations to see how does it work. So let me just run some 4 iterations here, and I'll do start checking. So let's wait for a few more seconds to get this reflected here. Yep. So if you see here in the variables, like if you see, we have got 2 as the username and password, and then we have got different item IDs, right? So we have got 2, and then we have got EST3, and in the second iteration again same way 2, and then 3, and in the third iteration we have got 1, and then EST1, and the third one we got 2 and 3, right? So this is how it works dynamically, like the correlation part. So again, if you see here, we have correlated this value at the source page and it's been changing every time, right? So this is how the correlation works. So these are the values you take from the server, and it's not anywhere controlled by you. Like you cannot change the source page, or we are not giving the item ID, right? So it all comes from the responses, and it automatically correlates, and then it shows or it stores it um, in your response, right? So any doubts so far, guys, in terms of correlation, and any doubts in terms of parameterization so far?
No doubts,
No
Vasant, but
doubts?
we need to
Yeah.
do by hands on that spot.
Yeah, yeah. If you can share your screen, yeah, we'll go ahead with you. Yep.
Are you able
I
to
can
see my
see.
screen, right?
Yeah, yeah, I can see. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
First, this is the value
Yeah, the session ID. Yes.
copied. Then we need to go to the particular request.
Go to flag request. Flag request. No, no, no. You're on the correct screen. Click on the checking one. Yeah. Go to flag request. Yes. And go to response contains. Yep. Search the value. Yeah. And now can go to the, like, just scroll to the left of your screen. Now click close. Click close. Yeah. Now can you go scroll to the left? Left where you can see your responses. No, no, no. I'll just maximize it. Yeah. And scroll to the left. Okay. I think it's not in your response. Uh, yeah. So I think it's not getting recorded, but I think you can see it in the URL, but it's not getting recorded anywhere in the response. So maybe I think we can try with some other applications. But yeah, for now we can try some other values. You
Okay.
can try correlating some other values. Yeah, yeah. Can you open that? Click, go to design. Go to design in that account. No, the account.action. Yeah, just go to design. Right click. Yeah, select and design. Yeah, and now can you find a value? Yeah, just you try to correlate that, so that will give you an idea on how does it work. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, just select that value.
Copied.
Yep.
Can I close?
Yeah, yeah, please.
Where that flag option is not.
No, for now you don't need to the flag. You can go to the correlation screen. So click on advanced. Can you see at the bottom the validation advanced? Click hide, hide. Yeah, hide. Yeah, advanced. Yes. And click on variable extractors. Yes. Click on plus symbol.
Okay.
Yeah, the search button. Can you see the search button starting with the search button below that starting with and a text box? Can you see? And at the end of that text box, can you see a search symbol, search icon? No, no, above that, above that. Oh, yes, above. Yeah, yeah, correct. Okay, you don't have anything. Click cancel. I'll tell you what to do. Click cancel and go to header. So can you see the extract the value from on the top? Yeah, select both. Select both. Both. So you don't miss anything. Yeah. Now click search. I think that value is not recorded. Okay. I think you have to go to the previous one. Can you just close this? Close this. Yeah, close this as well. Close this. Close this. Cancel. Yeah, and go to the previous request because you are seeing this value in this request, right? So you have to go to your previous response. Okay. Yeah. Now click advanced and do the same thing. Yep. Yeah. Click plus. Yeah. Now you want to correlate this value. So select both the right boundary and the left boundary. I mean, you have to select still further. Yep. Yeah. you can select that. Yes.
Copied.
Yeah, click pick selected text. Yes. And yeah, now you have to, yes, remove that value and paste it in the second set where it ends with. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Now the value you wanted to select is delete, select and delete, equal to select.
Equal to, right?
Yeah. Because that's also part of your correlation. Yeah.
But I didn't get anything here.
Yeah, because you are selecting starting with. Okay. When you select starting with, it has multiple values. The value equal to, right? It is in several locations. So can you go back to that the search one? Search, no, on the top. Yeah. So value is in several places. Okay. So if you want to really drill down, you have to select some more values on the left. So if you can you scroll to the left of the screen? Scroll to the left. Yeah, you have to search the name also. You have to take the name equal to source page and then space value. So this will be a smaller. No. Wait. No, don't select entire one. Just select name equal to source page and then the space until that place. Name equal to source page and then the space. Yeah, space. Yeah, copy this. Just copy and click cancel. Yeah, and paste it in front of the value. Yeah, and yeah, can you see now? Yeah,
Yeah.
so this is how this regular expression works. So you have to have your
You have
correct
to
left
keep the
boundary and
correct
right boundary.
right boundary, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So if you have your correct left and right boundary, automatically it will work. Yeah. And just make sure you're selecting occurrence to extract one because you're going to select anyways only one, right? So yeah, just select that and then you can rename the transaction, I mean the variable name, and then it will work. Yeah, that's it.
Click on OK, right?
Yep. Click on OK.
Okay.
Yeah. So in this scenario, I don't think we have the source page thing, but yeah, I can just try it. Just try to no, not this. You are not going to replace the namespace correlation, but instead you're going to replace the value, right, that you extracted. So you have to copy that value that you extracted, and then you have to replace it with the replace string. Okay, it's just an
Ready.
example. Yeah. So click on advanced.
Advanced.
Yeah, go inside that script. Go inside that. No, first one, the first regular expression. No, first one that you correlated, right? Yeah, click on that. Yeah, double click.
Okay.
Yeah, just open that. Just open that. Or else we'll do one thing. So just close this. Close this. I'll tell you what to do. Close this. Close this. And come to the next request. The next request. Second request. Yeah. So this is the value you're going to change, right? Yeah. Copy this value. Copy this one.
Is not double clicking
No,
is
just click
also
on that. Just click on any of this one. Click on login. Click on login. Login. Now come down. Come down with the mouse. Sorry, keyboard. Come down with the keyboard. Yeah. Now you can select the value. Yeah, double click it. Yeah. Now we can select this value. Yes. Right. Control all. Yeah. So now, yeah, click OK. And this is another way of replacing it. So if you have it in multiple locations, just go to search. Yep. And search. Yes. And paste the value here. And click on the three dots at the end. And select the value, the correlated value. Yep. And OK. Yep. Next. Finish. So since, okay, yeah, you have this value here. Yeah. Replace. And yes, yeah, you're done. So this is how we can replace the values. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, after you do your correlation. So this is a simple example. So you
Mhm.
can try this in several different ways. And if you have any doubts, you can come back anytime later. Fine. Any other
Okay.
doubts? Any other doubts, guys, in terms of parameterization correlation? Any other doubts? Or all good?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. No worries. Thank you. So yeah, so before we do any execution, so these are the two things which you have to be taken care of, which is the parameterization and the correlation. And then the next part is we'll have to add the think times, because we all know what does a think time does to our testing. So let me open. So I think you can see my screen now. So here, just talking about the think time. Okay. So think time is nothing but giving a space or an interval between one transaction and the other transaction. So, for example, if we are doing some transactions like somewhere in Amazon, or if you are doing some transactions in any applications, like whatever you take, your daily day-to-day applications. Okay, so before the moment you enter your credentials, so that actually takes some time, right? So those actions are you take your mouse and you take some time to click the login or click some pay transactions or search or do any transactions, whatever you imagine. So that difference or the interval between one transaction and the next transaction is where the think time comes in. So that is how we are going to emulate the real world scenario. Okay, so that is the reason we are using the so it's basically to emulate the real world. So there are like several reasons for using this think time. So this is to, for the first thing is to emulate the real world scenario, and the second part is because most of us will have a doubt, like why should I use a think time, what is the reason of using the think time. So the first thing is you are using it for emulating the real world scenario, and the second thing is you're giving enough amount of breathing space for the server, like you're trying to give enough interval or enough breathing space or enough amount of interval between the requests. Okay, so these are some of the ways where you give where you use the think time. And there is another thing which is almost similar to the think time, and that is the pacing. So what is the pacing? So pacing, we normally use it after each iteration. So think time, we normally use it after each transaction. So think time, it will be think time will be between the transactions, but the pacing, again, it is another way of controlling the throughput. So why do we use it? So we use it to control the throughput, and we use it in between. So we use pacing in between the iterations. And again, it's another way of giving amount of quantifiable delay delays between each iteration. So you can ask question that do I need to use pacing and think time? Yes, you have to use both pacing and think time in between your transactions. So how do I do it? So I go to the script, uh, I select this transaction, and then sorry, for example, I can just choose this one. So now here comes the logical transaction. So I just take a delay, I drag it in between two transactions, and then if you see here, we have already at some point of time we have enabled disabled all the think time to 0 seconds, right? So I'm going to uncheck this, consider as think time, and the delay. So I can use either a static delay or I can use both a random delay. Okay, so in this reason in this thing I'm going to use static delay, which is going to be like 20,000, which is like 20 seconds. So all these comes in milliseconds, so I'm going to choose it as seconds, which is like 20 seconds. And then once I set all these like delay 20 seconds, and then consider sync time is unchecked, so I just copy this, select this transaction, Control V, which is paste, then click OK. Another V, click OK. And same way, I add this delay in between each transaction. So this way, I can complete it real quick. And at the end, which is like after the end, instead of adding the think time, so what I do is I'll increase the think time. So if I have like 20 seconds as a think time, I'll add 30 seconds as my pacing. So that is another way of doing it, because if you go to actions, it will ask you like the pacing is the minimum duration. So you can even set the pacing time. But here there is another condition, like if the container duration is less than the pacing time, a delay is dynamically added, which I do not want to do. So that is the reason I give the pacing on my own. So which is the pacing will be here. So what I'll do is I'll change the name to think time. Same way I'll do it for the other transactions as well. So, yep, think time, think time. And then finally this is going to be pacing, right? So this way I can understand like, okay, what is the think time and what is the pacing, and this way you can understand how does this think time and pacing work. So like I told you, um, the think time will help you to emulate the real world scenario, and it will help you to create enough amount of interval between the requests, and think time will be between the transactions and not between the iterations. At the same time, we have the pacing. Anyways, it's again going to be the same set of things. Like it'll like keep the user to wait for some delays. It'll be helpful to control the throughput, and we can this will come in between the iterations, and also we can it'll like give enough amount of delays between each iterations, right? So this is how the think time and the pacing works. So any doubts so far, guys? Before we move on to the populations, any doubts here? Any doubts in terms of pacing or iteration, the think time?
No, you can proceed. Next topic.
Yeah,
Okay.
hi, Prashant. Can you explain the pacing once again?
Yeah, so the difference between think time and pacing is think time comes in between the transactions, but the pacing comes between the iterations. So you're going to use only one pacing for your entire script, and that will be quite higher than your think time. And the reason is you can set up this pacing to increase or decrease your throughput, because if you are increasing the delay to more number of like higher to higher second, automatically the throughput will come down, right? And if you're increasing your delay, you're reducing your pacing, automatically the throughput will increase. And again, we can even control this in the think time as well, but as a best practice we normally use this think time, because say for example, if any user who log out of the system, and the moment he logs in again, it will take some time, right? For any user who again logs into the system. So we do not want to hit hard in terms of giving throughput to the system. So that's the reason we use the spacing to have a quite delay, a normal delay, which is in terms of a real world emulation. So that's the reason we use the spacing.
Your voice is breaking. Your voice is not
Sorry.
audible to properly.
Yeah, can you hear now? Can you hear now?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear.
Okay, okay, great, great. Yeah, so that is the reason between this pacing and think time. So pacing normally comes at the end of the iteration, which is in between the iterations, and think time is in between the transactions.
Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks.
sure. Any other doubts? Any other doubts, guys? Fine. So I think we are crossing 2 hours from the moment we start. So let's take a quick break, 15 minutes, and then we'll join back, and then we'll continue. Okay, is that okay, guys, for you? I'll just start a timer with 15 minutes, and then we'll join back again.
Will be in 20 minutes, Vasant. That's fine. Not
Right.
15. Is it fine?
Yeah, sure. 20 minutes also fine. I hope everybody's okay, and then we'll join after 20 minutes. Is that fine, guys?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much, and then we'll start in
Hi,
another 20
Vasant.
minutes.
Hi,
Thank you.
Vasant.
Thank you.
One sec. One second.
Yeah.
Hi,
Tell
Vasant.
me.
Sorry. Yeah. Is there a way to parameterize this think time and pacing time?
Yeah, we can do it.
We use for
So, say
variable.
for example, if you see,
Mhm.
I want to set it up as a value. not a counter, but I can set up a constant string. Okay, not a constant string. Sorry, I can set up. Say for example, okay, I'll just take a list. Okay, and then I'll set my
Hmm.
think time and start from line. So here I set it up as think dot time. So for example, I'm just setting it up as 20,000, and for anything it should be same. So no worries. And I'm clicking OK. So I have my think time, apply, OK. And then if I go to this three dots, search for think time. Yep. So now I got the think time. Oh, sorry, this is spacing, right? Sorry. Go to this think time here, and then I can replace it. Yeah. So you can do that as well. Yeah. No worries. And even you can do this for the delay from as well. Like you can select the values from here, like think time to another think time. Maybe you can set it a big value and you can set it up. So yeah, we can even parameterize the think time as well. So it's not a big deal. Yeah.
Sure.
Mhm. Yeah. Sure. Then I think anybody else has any doubts, or else we can take a quick break
Yeah,
and then
I
once
have
again.
one doubt. In
Ah,
parameterization, what is the, can you explain the value change policy and what is the impact of it in results?
I don't understand. Sorry. What is the impact of?
What is the impact of value change policy in results? Can you explain it, the value change policy, and what is the impact of it in results?
In regex
Results.
results.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 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 See, it's not going to be okay when it comes to in terms of results. I would say, take for example, you are using your username and password, right?
Yeah.
And if you're using the same username and password for all the iterations, what happens is at some place the all the values will be cached somewhere, right? So
Yeah.
the thing when you're using parameterization, for example, let's take this way. Okay, you are using your google.com for the first time in your system. So you're having a new system and you're opening google.co.in or whatever application. So the first time when you open it, automatically it will take a lot of time to load, right? Because your system do not have any idea on what the application is, what the JS file it has, what the CSS it has, and what the data that the application completely has, right? So it will take some time to load. But when you are loading it for the second time or for the third time, it will automatically come very quick because you already have the base setup, like whatever the interface it has. So everything will be set up in your system. So the only thing the difference is the new data that's it's going to be selected. So same way when you are using parameterization, what happens is you will have the base setup, but the new data, when it comes like with a new set of data, automatically the data will not be taken from the cache, but instead it will take from the system, right? So for the first time, if you are selecting your data, and the second time when you're selecting my data, it will be different. So every time it goes to the server. But if you're keeping on testing with only your name, what happens is at some point of time it will start getting it will stop getting from the server. Instead it will say, okay, I'm having it in my local cache, why should I go for the server? So say anytime this actually it works. So how the cache works is it will automatically take it from your local cache. It'll keep either in your server your server cache or in your system cache. Okay, so when it comes to local cache, okay, there are like several caches. Again, cache is again a big concept, so I'll just keep it very simple. So it will be either having it in your browser cache or in your system cache, like ISP cache. Okay, and every time when you're sending the request, first it will go to your server. First it will check in your cache. Okay, and then if the value is not in your cache, it will go to the server. If the value is in your cache, automatically it will take from there. So when it takes from your cache, automatically it's not the real world, right? It's not how the system works, correct?
Yeah.
Sorry. So because of this, when you're using multiple parameters, okay, so what happens is every time when you're creating you're establishing a new session, so which means every time your value is going to change. So it will not take from your uh, cache, it will take from your system, which is from your server, right? And every time you're going to establish a new session, because when it comes to new server, automatically there will be new session, right? So that is the reason every time we always use new test data. It's not going to be like same test data you're going to use. Every time you're going to use new test data, every time you're going to use some values dynamically from the system. So that's the reason we use parameterization and correlation combined, so that you are not using the same data. Even in this scenario, when I was testing it, the fish example, right? I've changed the items, right? I've changed the product and then I have changed the item. So this way, you are not taking from your local cache. Instead, it will go to the server. Okay, but again, when it comes to your testing, you're going to test with multiple amounts of data. You should not use the same username and login every time, because if you use it automatically, you can see the response will be very good because you're using the same value and they come from your cache. So that is the reason we have to use different set of data for each and every iteration, so that you will have, or you will actually go to the server to take that response.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So
Yeah.
that's another main reason. Yeah, we are using parameterization and correlation to do the testing. Yep.
Thanks.
Fine, fine. Any other doubts, guys, before we go for the break? Fine. I think okay. Let's go for the break, and then we'll join back after 20 minutes. Fine. Thank you, guys. And yeah, we'll start the break now. Yep.
Thank you, Vasan.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Yeah. Thanks.
I was.
Hi. Yeah, let's wait for a few more everybody to join, and then once everybody
Yes, yes,
joins,
yes,
we'll start. Okay. Yeah.
yes, yes,
Thanks.
yes. Okay.
Yeah. I guess just once you're back, just give me a message so that we can start again. I Should we start now? Is everybody in?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Some are still.
Okay. Let's wait for a few more minutes. Yeah. Thanks, Aditya. Thank you. Yeah. Meanwhile, Aditya, you are working for which company? Like, haven't heard about any.
To be very honest,
Uh,
I left my previous company
okay.
due to some medical issues. Then
Mm-hmm.
I was into freelancing, but currently I'm still looking into like for a permanent position.
Oh, okay. Okay. And what's your experience?
Uh,
Your total experience.
Towards performance testing, it's 4 years, and my
Mm-hmm.
total years of experience is 5.1 years.
Oh, okay. Okay. Great. Great to know that. Yep. I think there are some opportunities, some posts is also coming in our WhatsApp channel. Maybe you can follow that. And I think we're
Uh,
getting more and more.
is it Neotest
Yeah.
NeoLoad, the WhatsApp channel?
No, no, it is a Little Sly YouTube channel. So maybe I can share the link here. You can join our channel. We got a
Yep,
lot of
please do.
yeah informations, and then yep. Thanks for joining in. Yep. Let me send the link as well. And even I think last week also I think we have got two opportunities where like people are checking with me. So yeah, you can join the channel through the link I've sent you in the chat, and
Definitely.
yeah, sure. All the very best. And in fact, we have several interview questions videos as well. And we'll have some planning on interview questions discussions, because we got a lot of questions that's been coming. Like some questions has been asked, I think, in Infosys and other
Mhm.
interviews as well. So maybe it can help you definitely in terms of performance testing interviews. So you can even
Definitely.
yeah, join, and then yeah, can get more information.
This is
And people
this
are
is actually very helpful. Thank
yeah,
you so
sure,
much.
sure. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. And where you're placed at? I mean, like where you're in India, which location?
I'm currently residing at my home state, Odisha. Uh,
Orissa. Oh, okay.
yeah.
Nice. So you're looking somewhere inside Orissa, or like you're open to
No, no,
like
no.
coastal
I'm
area?
open to work anywhere because
Oh, okay.
see, I have a plus point that I'm not married yet,
Oh,
so I can relocate to anywhere. Right. So
okay. Got
that's
it.
the
So
only
you're
plus
single
point
and you
that I
can
have.
travel. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah. Sure. That's a valid reason. I mean, like you can, you're mobile, like you can move anywhere.
Yeah.
You don't have any
Yeah.
commitments. Yeah.
I'm open to relocate anywhere.
Okay.
Just in
Great.
case, like the only thing is I want a permanent role in
Mm-hmm.
any of the organization. So
Sure.
that's what I'm searching for since the last
Mm-hmm.
3 to 4 months, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I wish you all the very best. And yeah, I think if I think more and more opportunities are coming in, so yeah, we'll just get something good. Sure.
Thank thank you, Vasan. This
Yeah,
link will definitely help.
yeah, definitely. Sure. Then, yep. Yeah, I think we can start now. It's almost
Yep.
9 here, right? Sure. So, Shensha, you're in.
I was just having my lunch. I
Okay,
will let
okay.
you know the.
Fine, fine. No, no worries, no worries.
Actually,
Take
I
care.
was struggling in
Uh-huh.
the two things. One is workload modeling.
Uh-huh.
So many of the things when I was interviewing, asking, I'm
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so facing some issues regarding this workload modeling. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
getting particular exact video for this workload modeling.
I have several videos. Maybe I can
Okay.
share you in the WhatsApp channel. I have several videos in terms of workload modeling. I think I have like 3 to 4 videos
Yes.
on how to
Sure.
come up with that values in terms of the throughput based on the requirements. Yeah, I can share you that link
Okay.
in the WhatsApp channel. Maybe we can go through it. And if you have any doubts, you can just let me know. We can discuss that later. Sure.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. No problem. No problem. Yeah. Yeah. So anybody else would want to share your screen and show the recording and like how to do the parameterization correlation? Anybody else is interested to do that, or else we can proceed with the next steps. Yeah, Nilesh. Anybody else?
Hi, Vasant.
Yeah. Hi. Hi, Nilesh.
I'm new to this group.
Okay. Hi. Hi.
One of my friends suggested this thing.
Okay. Okay.
Um, um, I'm
Mm-hmm.
looking for a job. Actually,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to interrupt. I'll talk this after that. I mean, you're going to start, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
that's
We
why.
have already completed the parameterization correlation using NeoLoad.
Yeah, I know. I
So
have
yeah.
experience in load runner and all.
Okay. Okay.
NeoLoad is new to me, so that's why.
Yeah, sure, sure. But anyways, I have the recording. So in fact, if you want, you can just watch our video after this session. And yep. So
Where
yeah,
it will be? Where it will? Where I can find
in
it?
the YouTube channel, I'll share you the link. Are you part of the WhatsApp channel, Little Star WhatsApp
Yeah,
channel?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, then
yeah.
yeah,
I'm
I'll
part
share
of.
the link there. Yeah, I'll share the link there. No worries.
Okay.
So yep,
Thank you.
yeah, no problem, no problem. Is anybody else is interested to share your screen and show? I mean, like just to see like at your from your end. Anybody else is interested, or else we can proceed with the next steps. Or if anybody has any doubts in parameterization correlation, or with think time and pacing. Fine, I think I'll take it as no. And yeah, let's move on to the next part. So far we did the parameters and the correlation, and then the next step here is the populations. So where we create a population. So for now, I'll just name it as okay. Let just be it as population one. And then in fact, we can change the name as well if you really want to change. But for now, I'll just keep it as population one. And then I have just one script, so I'll use that same. But then what I'll do is let me just duplicate this so that I can create a real scenario on how to do this testing. So I'll just create duplicate, and then I'll change this script name to two. So this will be my second script. And then the next thing which I'll do is I'll have to rename the transaction. So for this one, I'll just change it to 01_01, and then same way 01_02, 03. So this way we can differentiate between the transactions. I mean, like you can easily identify like from which script is that, like is that from the first script or is that from the second script, right? So that's the reason I normally name it as first the script name and then the transaction name. I mean the script number and then the transaction number. 7 and then 8, 9 and then 10. So we totally have 10 transactions. And then the same way, so let me delete this again and then I'll recreate a new one. And then this is going to be the second script. So, script. And then again the name here. Come on. And then let me duplicate one more. So that will be like quite complex for us to uh, really work on this script. So let me change this to the third script. So usually we have multiple scripts. We normally don't run the test with one single script. So that's the reason I'm showing you with multiple scripts. So let me just save this and go back to the transaction. And here I'll change it to 03. So this is going to be a third script and the first transaction. The same way it will like third script, second one. Yeah, so I have three different scripts and I have one population. So there are like several ways to do that. So I'll just show you the first way of doing it. So I have one script, the first script here, NeoLoad 1, and then I'll add second script and then the third script. So here we can distribute the percentage and we have to make sure that we have the total percentage of 100. So again, like Sayancha said, like the workload modeling here. So we're going to distribute the user load. Say, for example, your first script would have a share of like 50%. So I'll change it to 50. And then if you see, automatically the total part has been changed to red. So which means we are not with the correct transaction level. So I'm choosing the second script now and changing it to 30, like 20%. And then the third script is going to be like for 30%. So totally we have achieved 100% now. And then I'm going back to the first one. So here, in terms of the browser, so for example, if you have got a different requirement that some particular amount of users would want to uh, run the application in a different browser, so in that case, you can choose the browser and you can change the browser. Like for example, like 20% uses Chrome browser and 30% uses Firefox and like 10% uses Edge. So in that ways, you can change the browser as well and you can test it. And then here we have got the WAN emulation, which is exactly, I would say, the way you can emulate it with different uh, network levels. So, for example, if you want to test your mobile applications, like previously, I remember we have got on up to 4G, and now we have got up to 5G. Just a second. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, so previously, so if you change, if you select 5G, you can see the download speed has changed and the download latency and the upload speed and the latency has changed automatically. If you change it for 4G, so the download speed has again come down. So this is how the difference between your mobile and your Wi-Fi. Say, for example, if you are using some satellite emulation, automatically the way the download speed and the signal strength will automatically change. And this is how you can emulate the mobile testing. Say, for example, if you are testing some mobile applications, and if you are testing some, if you really want to test an application that should be from your mobile, so you can use all these emulations, and you can also use Wi-Fi, the LAN, the fast Ethernet. If you see, the download speed is around 100 Mbps, it's like quite high. And then if you select gigabyte, it's like around 1 Gbps. So these are some of the ways where you can emulate your simulation. And if I just choose unlimited, it's like go beyond whatever the unlimited scenario it goes. And then so that's normal thing which we do. But in fact, if you really have some requirements where you have to change the emulation, yes, you are very well good to do that. And then handle cache as account. So this is where you can handle the cache. So sometimes for some requirements, the client must say that just use new user, because of that every time there will be a new user setup. And or else if you are using a return user, which means the handle will be automatically cached based on that. So not every data, but some of the data only will be taken from the server and other data will be taken from the cache. And because it's how the most of the applications work, so that is the reason we have got these handle the cache. So you, in fact, something if it is like as recorded, so when you record this particular application, you have a set of cache, right? So only that level of cache will be used. So these are the three levels where you can use the cache. So it all depends. So you can ask a question that, okay, should I use new user or should I use returning user or should I use as record? It all depends on your requirement. So if the requirement is to use new user, yes, you can change it. And if it is to a returning user, yes, you can, based on that, you can change it. But most of the times, if you're using an application that needs to be like a new application, or kind of you have to give some load, some stress to the system, yes, I'll always use new user, so that I normally don't use my cache, but instead I'll go to the server and try taking it from there. And then same way, yes, again, I'm going to use like for few applications I use new user, and for one I'm using like returning user, so that I have a mix of the values. And this is how it works. So it's just about the population. And yeah, I can create any number of populations. I can even right click, I can even add a population, I can even remove it, I can even duplicate it, so that I can get a different set of population with the same level, and I can just rename it to population 2, or I have the same set. So I can duplicate, I can add, I can remove. So this is how the population part works. And then with the monitoring part, so as I told you, like we can connect with the Dynatrace, the application performance monitoring tools. You can connect it through to the add Datadog connector. So for example, like let me just give you a quick example. Like I don't have the exact setup, but I can just show you what are the values that we collect. So if I select Dynatrace, and when I click on the monitoring agents, and I can see, you can see here, like we could see all these metrics. Like for example, let me just show you. Click OK. Okay, I don't think I have this metrics part that's getting populated, but yeah. These are some of the metrics you can collect, like the CPU, the memory. The CPU usage 100%. The CPU usage percentage will show like how much percentage of CPU that's been used, and the memory percentage. The memory processor will show you how much processor the memory you're using it. And the same way you can use it for databases as well. Like if you're using some database, you can even monitor the processing speed of the database as well, because these are some of the things which help you to understand how much the resource utilization has been happening in terms of the application. And that's about the monitoring part. So let's go to the runtime. So here you can set up your test. So in this example, like we have several different limits. So we have the first one, which is I can start the test, but I'm the only one who can stop it manually. So the one who starts the test will have the access to stop the test manually. And then I have by iteration. So here I can set up the test with iterations. So for example, like I can set up like 10 users, and then with 10 iterations. This is something like what you have in the thread group in JMeter. So just give the number of users, and then the number of iterations, automatically it will stop after the number of iterations has been completed. But this is the usual one that I normally create. This is by time. And then yeah, I just want to tell you that the scenario. So here you can create a number of scenarios. Scenario 1, scenario 2. So in case if you are running like two different like multiple tests, so for example, like this can be your 200 user load test. So you do not want to create every time a new one. So instead you can just set it up with 300 user load test, and you can set the users, right? So just going back here, and yeah, let's go back to the 200 user load test. And here for example, I'm just setting this up for 1 hour, 10 minutes. And then I'm going to the custom. So I have the population, so which means all the 3 scripts will be in this location. And then I'm clicking on this edit the graph. And then, for example, like since I've chosen like 200, I will just tell you how to do that. So the scenario duration is going to be like for 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 0 seconds. So this is the 1 hour. So 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 0 seconds. And then just click on control button and click somewhere on the screen, and you'll get this point. So how should I do this is I'm just going back again to the screen, and just if you select the users, so I can set it up to 200. So usually I set it up for like 6 minutes for the ramp up, and then the steady state will be like from 6 minutes to 1 hour 6 minutes. So which is basically for 1 hour. So the steady state will be like for 1 hour. So if you see, I'll just set it up for 1 hour 6 minutes. So which means this steady state will be like for 1 hour, and then the ramp up is for 6 minutes, and then at the end the ramp down will start to happen after the 1 hour 6 minutes. And yeah, so this is how you can see the setup for your load test, right? So yeah, any doubts so far, guys, in terms of your scenarios, your populations, the this particular setup thing? Any doubts so far?
Yeah, hi Vasant.
Yeah, hi.
Nirupa here. So Vasant, when I started the test, it is showing
Mhm,
that Dynatrace tags we need to provide. So
mhm,
in
mhm.
that case, how we can get that Dynatrace tags?
Yeah, so that you have to configure in your Dynatrace. So that I'll show it in a separate video, Nirupa. I mean, like that's a separate topic, and I think I have few videos. I think have you gone through my videos in terms of setting up with the Dynatrace part?
No, no.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
share
we'll
the
share
same
it then.
link in the channel. Yeah, we can watch up there. But yeah, I have created a separate video on that, and they were like setting up how to connect your Dynatrace with your NeoLoad. So yeah, we can watch that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. But again, like
Thank you.
this is where we set it up. So if you go to your under scenarios, we go to advanced, and if you go to your APM, you if you have your tags, you can automatically select it from here, and then you can connect it.
Okay. That we need to do it from our end only, or any application team is required, or Dynatrace team is
Uh,
required.
Mostly the tags will be created by them, but then we'll have to connect them from the NeoLoad because we are the only one who has access, right? So we have to connect it in the NeoLoad. But yeah,
Okay.
if the tags are already created, yeah, then we can use them. If not, then we have to create the tags, and then we have to
Okay.
connect it in the NeoLoad. Yeah, and it's
Thank you.
not
And
only about Dynatrace; it's about APM as well. Like if you have um, your what to say app dynamics. So if you go to your license management, let me just say this. And if you go to your project settings, you can see the Dynatrace here, right? So you have to enable your Dynatrace information, and then you have to connect them. And once you connect that, if you click on test, you'll get that it's been checked. So which is like you have connected your Dynatrace with this NeoLoad. So this is another way of communicating, which is another way of connecting your Dynatrace with your NeoLoad. Right?
okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
then
Thank
we
you.
can even yeah, thanks. Yeah. And then if you are using App Dynamics, you can just enable this, and also you can uh, what I would do is like I just select the transaction names so that all my transaction names will be automatically tagged along with my transactions in the App Dynamics, so that you can watch all those response times in the App Dynamics as well. So this is how I enable the App Dynamic settings using NeoLoad. So this is yeah something like you can connect your APM tools like Dynatrace, your App Dynamics, and your nudge ABM. So same way you can transaction names here, and then see APM. Yeah, these are some of the ways where you can connect your NeoLoad to the third-party tools like the App Dynamics and Dynatrace. Yeah. So I think yeah, Nirupa, I have a separate video, but yeah, we'll just plan something else very shortly on how to connect your NeoLoad with the app, Dynatrace thing. We'll do that very shortly.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, any other doubts, any other queries in terms of population setup and the testing thing?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, please go ahead.
How to go to these adding scenarios? I mean, I didn't.
Mhm.
I missed this part.
Okay, yeah. If you okay, you are on design, and once you come to the scenario, the runtime tab, and you can get this scenario. So under scenarios, if you want to add a new scenario, you can just select this, and let me
Okay.
just take this like for example, like 10 user load test. You can give this name, and yeah, you can set it up. And then under this load test scenario, you can set the time, the duration of your test, and then for example, let me just take it to like
Populations. How to add these populations?
yeah, go to your design, and next to the user path, you have these populations here, and then you can select the populations. Under that you can add the scripts here. So if you see you have the plus button, you can add the populations, you can add the script, you can change the scripts whatever you want, and then you can set up the percentage based on your workload modeling, and then the recorded one, and then what kind of cache do you really need, and then the van emulation part, and yeah, that's it. And if
And
you want to
user
remove
paths,
it,
we
you
don't need to do anything, right? In the user
user,
path.
you already have created the script, so you're going to just use that. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Vashan. I
Sure,
missed this
sure.
part. That's what.
Oh, no problem, no problem. Yeah, anyways, we have discussed this in the previous one, so you can watch the recording after this if you really want to know more. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
yeah, sure, sure. Yeah. Any other doubts? Any other doubts in terms of the scenarios, the populations, the load variation policy? So, load variation policy, we totally have four. So we have the constant, and then we have the ramp up where we can increase the users for every few minutes, and then we have peaks where we can again it's like sending more number of users, and then we have the custom where we can set up the user load, but again we can use this custom to add the number of users. I'll just show you how to do that in the while testing it, while running the test. But yeah, any other doubts so far? Yes.
So, Vasan, during run, can we add, delete users?
Yeah, we can very well do that. Yeah, that's how we can achieve the stress testing. So we can do that. I'll just show you how to do that during the testing. Yeah, so any other doubts?
Yeah, hi Vasan.
Yeah, hi.
Um, Actually, I'm not having doubt.
Hmm.
Um, Where how many videos I am lost means I'm back. This is my first video. How many videos I have to watch before this?
We have started from the beginning, like from the NeoLoad, how to record the script, and then parameterization correlation, and now we are into the testing part. So yeah, it's this is going to be like 2 hours. I think we were there from starting from 10 o'clock to 12. Yeah, so it's just 2 hours of duration.
2 hours duration.
Yeah, yeah,
Where your in your YouTube channel I can find that.
yeah. It's not yet uploaded, but I'll do it today so that you can watch it tomorrow.
Okay, okay. This is the starting means I just missed 2 hours back. 2 hours back
Yeah,
this
yeah,
meeting started.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, okay, okay. Thank you.
Sure, sure. No problem. So any other doubts? Right, I'll take it as no then. Yeah. So let me do a quick test. So what I'll do is this is going to be a 10 user load test, and then it's going to be 10 for 10 just 10 minutes. I'll go run. And then okay, another part which I missed to add is like if you have any load generators to be added, just click on the zones, click on the plus symbol, and if you have your load generator information, you can add those details here in the general information. You can add those details. You can add those application proxy, your terminal services, your DNS. Like if you have your DNS ready, you can uh, enable the DNS overriding, and you can add those details if you have any. And yeah, so that's about the DNS. And then if you have any of your load generators, so basically if you have any of your load generators you want to configure, then you can configure them. You can add those values here. Sorry, you can add these here. So for example, like if you okay, yeah, just select. Let me just delete this one. So yeah, so if you want to add any load generators, just go to add a load generator, and if you have the IP, just give the IP numbers, and you can automatically add those load generators. So for example, most of the clients would have multiple load generators to be added. So you can add those load generators here, and then you can configure them. So you'll have multiple load generators that's been running in your machine for testing, right? And yep. So I think I have not missed anything else. And yeah, there is one thing. So when you click on advanced under scenarios, you have these particular two things. Like one is the monitoring parameter. So if you want to monitor your test before and after, so you can use the scenarios where if you want to monitor your test. So I'm just adding this for 10 seconds because I don't want to take a lot of time. And so for the first 10 seconds, the test will not start. So the test will start only after 10 seconds. So that's the reason we are using this particular values here. And then rendezvous policy, we all know. So where we have to enable, so if you have any rendezvous policy that's been added in your script, automatically you can see that here, and you can also set it up how much values that has to be distributed for those virtual users. And then if you want to enable any of your tests, so for example, if you want to run your test at some point of time, you can enable this, can schedule the test. And URL exclusion filter, so we all know we have enabled the URL filter. We can filter all these values during your testing, like during your scripting and testing. And then automatic filter. So if you want to like you have run your entire test, but you want to take only a particular interval of time, then you can enable this, and you can take that particular amount of time. Say for example, if you're running the test for like 1 or 10 minutes, but you want to take only from the steady state, so you can set the time here, and then you can extract the values. And then the APM, yeah, so like I said, like where we can enable the tags here, we can add the tags here, any amount of tags we can add, and then we can use it for monitoring as well. And for now we don't have any tags, so I'm just disabling it for now. Yep. And then coming to the populations advanced, we have these values here. So the start policy of this population is we have to immediately start all the users at the test, or we have to delay them for a few seconds. Or when it comes to virtual user start, we can use add all the users start at the same time, or we want to use after a period of time. So these are some of the values where we can use it for the test, like, and also for the stopping the test as well. So we can use these values where you can start and stop the test. And yeah, so these are some of the things you can do. Okay, fine, let's go and start the test. So let me edit the graph. For now, let me just create one scenario. So I'll add like 5 users, and it's going to be like for 10 minutes. So I'll set the ramp up time here and then the ramp down time here. So the ramp up will be like 5 users in 41 seconds. Let me change it to like 60 seconds. Okay, I think, okay, 60 seconds, sorry. 60 seconds, which is like after 1 minute. And then the test is going to be like after, I'm going to ramp down after 9 minutes. So the test basically is going to run for like 8 minutes. And then let me save everything. And like if you have multiple scenarios, when you click on apply to all, automatically this will be applied to all your scenarios. So let me now go back. Okay, we have the testing here. So I've started the test. Yep, I don't have any scenarios. Access missing. Yep, I know. Let me go back. Enable, sorry. Enable. Let me go back here. Let me just check whether I have anything else enabled. Yep, I think everything's done now. So yeah, let me start the test. So yeah, just click on the test which you want and then click on that test. Address preferences. Come on. Somewhere disabled. Yes, please disable it. Okay, I think here in the monitor. Yep, I have to disable it. Sorry. So let me go back. Save this. Run the test. Yep. So now the test has started. So I'm going to just have these results here. I do not want this to be transferred to my NeoLoad web. So let me start the test. So once you start the test, automatically after 10 seconds, like we have configured there, right? So based on that, after 10 seconds, my users will start to log in. So here you can see, since I have configured like for the last 10 minutes, so you can see it from 2350 to 00, which is like for last 10 minutes, I can view the results. And here, I think after like some 10 seconds, yeah. So now the users have started coming in. So here, if you see on the right side, you can see users. So now I have got one user in the system, and the same thing you also see here. So we have got one user, and there are like 2 alerts. Yep. So yeah, the memory in my machine is quite high. That's understandable. And yeah, so I've got now 2 users, and now yeah, 3 users launched, and I've got totally 4 requests so far, and the current users count is 3. And here you can see the average response time of the total transactions and then the average requests. And now we can slowly see the users coming in, and the response times are here, the requests and the response times. So the response times is in this what to say, the gray, the green, brown, greenish color, and then the requests exactly are in the green color. So you can see the differences between that. And yeah, so like I told you, we can also add the users. So if I want to add users, just click on this plus symbol, and I want to add for this population 1. So I want to add like some 3 users. When I add 3, so automatically if you see, I have added 3 users, and now the total number of users were like 8. So I've got now 8 users. And now in some scenarios, like I want to delete one particular user, I can also do that as well. Like I can click on this minus, so this will delete one user. Either I can stop the user immediately, or I can even apply the stop policy. So for now, I'll just select the stop immediately, and I'm going to delete, just remove one user, right? So we can give the number of users as well. So I'm going to remove only one user, and if you see, I mean, like this user will be slowly. So if you see, the execution has ended, and this user will be logging out of the system, and we'll have only other 7 users in the system. So let's wait for a few more seconds to see that change happening. So you see, if you see here, we got only 7 users, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So this is how we can start and stop any number of users. And if I want to follow one particular user, like I want to see how this user is performing, or what exactly is he doing, or what kind of error is he facing, as you can just select any of the user here, and if I click on the follow, I can see for that one particular user. Because if you see, we all know that uh, we want to follow up one particular user, but we can do this during validation, right? But during a load test, we cannot do, but we can do it using follow, where you can go to one particular user, and we can see what that particular user is doing. So this is the way of doing it. So if you see, yeah, this particular user is using these values, and this is the request he is sending, and this is the response. So this way we can see how does it look, and if you really want to see how does it looks in the screen, so this is how it looks into the screen. So we can also see that as well. And yeah, so now the test is running fine. Let's go back to the main screen. So here, if you see in the runtime overview, we have got the users, and see based on the number of users we have added, it has been spiked to 8, and then we deleted one user, so then it went back to 7. And then in the runtime graphs, so we have not added any graphs, but yeah, we can add it now. And let me delete all the other graphs. Remove. Sorry, I can delete this. Delete. Yeah. So now, what kind of graphs I can add here is, let me go to the external, so the user templates here, and I'm going to add the requests and the errors. So this will show me how many requests I have sent and what are the errors I have got. So here we've got no errors, but still there are like few elements here. And then the throughput, so how much throughput I have got. So in fact, we can even add the users as well. Say for example, I can select these transactions here. So if I can just select only the transactions here, and I can send it to this script. So here you can see, I can see the transaction names and their response times. So same way I can add for other as well, because these are the uh, values which you can add it in your report, in your test report, and you can show it to the stakeholders, the business. So you can see here, right? So if we double click on it, you can see the values in it, and then you can add some more. I mean, all the transactions here. In fact, if you want to keep it in a separate one, yeah, you can also keep it in a separate graph. So I have added all the transactions, and then so in fact, all these are like the average duration. And then if I want to add any users to it, so I can even add that users as well. So if you go, yeah, so the user load is here. So if I add the user load, so if you see at this particular user load, I have got this much response times. So these are all things which you can add. And then yep, yeah, so these are some of the things which you can add in terms of your response times and your load. So if you want to really do not want to see some transactions, then you can just uncheck it. That should be fine, and you can have only those transactions. So if you uncheck it, you will not see that, and if you check it, you can see that. And if you want, you can change the color of this particular transaction. So for example, I want to change this to like red or something, so I can change this here. And yeah, there are like several things you can change in terms of a color and the other settings, so that you can see the results. So yeah, these are some of the ways where you can set up, and in fact, even after the end of the test also, you can do this transaction, the reporting thing. You can change the graphs as well. And going to the runtime errors, so far touch it, there are no errors, so we don't find any errors. And the runtime alerts, yes, so this is something related to my machine, because my local host is being used as a load generator, so that's the reason I could see a lot of load in this machine. And then the runtime users, so here, yep, so all the 7 users were running fine. So this is about the runtime, and yeah, we can expect some more like 2-3 more 5 minutes to end the test. And so far you can see, like, since the test is for like 10 minutes, and we can see that percentage. So we can also understand like how much time is the remaining time to run the test. Yeah, so any doubts so far, guys, in terms of running your test and monitoring your test? Any doubts or any queries in terms of testing, in terms of running the script, or any other queries, guys?
No questions, Vasant. We have to
No?
go to
Okay.
watch and record the recording. And we'll do implement these things.
Sure, definitely. And if you have any queries, just let me know in the WhatsApp channel though, so that we can discuss that.
Sure, sure,
Sure,
sure.
sure. Thank you so much. Yep. And let's wait for a few more seconds. And by the time, yep. Yeah. So I think I have almost told everything about this part. Runtime overview is, and again, Resource Manager will see only once after the results, and then yeah. So if you want to clone, okay, yeah, so this will work in case if you have your scripting in some repo, so you can use this repo as well. And if you want to collaborate your tests, so you can either use your NeoTest server or you can use a third-party software, and you can use to connect. So I in fact had a setup, but let me check if I can enable it. I can do it so that I can show you how to do this part. I think it should work. For some reason it's not working. Let me just check. Meanwhile, while it is running, I think I have to enable some server. Let me just check it out. Okay. Yep, that's right. Just give me a second. Let me just check it out. Yeah. So now the test is completed, and yep, apply. So going back to the values, so here you can see all the values that we have got during the test, and its minimum, average, maximum response times, and the count, the number of transactions, the number of iterations that has been executed. Yep, we have even got some errors as well, but let's see. Then coming to the graphs, yeah. So as we have already seen, so we have enabled the graphs where we can see the response times of the graphs, and then the errors. So we have got one error. Okay, so it looks like a finder. It's something like related to the database where we are trying to insert the orders. So yeah, this is an expected one where since we are using the same amount of same set of data, so yeah, we can expect this as well. But yeah, these are some things which if you expect it in your application, so you should be ready to understand like what exactly is that error. So since I was using this application for a lot of time, so I know, like, see, if you see, this is an error related to the database, and since I was using the same database, and when I try to insert the orders, so this won't work because of the integrity policy. The orders numbers are almost same, so it won't work out. And yeah, so this is some of the place where you can see the errors. And then coming to the alerts, where you can see your alerts, which comes as part of your application. So since here there are like not too many alerts in terms of your application. So yeah, and then again the logs. So coming to this, so coming back to the test summary, and click on the transactions, and here you can see the minimum, the average, the maximum response time, the number of count, and then if there are any errors, you can see the errors, and then the percentile as well, the 50th, 90th, 95th percentile, 19th percentile, and you can copy those results and you can send it. And for that, go to the tools, generate a report. You can either do it this way, or you can copy these values and you can create a separate report. But this is another way of creating the report. So go to this standard report, and if you want to really do some comparison also, you can do it. But for now, let's go to the standard report, click next. Just add whatever values you want to add in this area. You can just add them. Or there is another way of doing it, like you can just sort it out, whatever the data you want to send them to the business, you can just sort it out. But yeah, for now you can just choose everything. Go to next, and you can also export this into Word. You can export this into PDF. You can export this into HTML and XML format. But mostly, if you send it to a Word document, you can edit that later, and you can just send whatever the values which you want to send. And yeah, so this is the location where it will be automatically loaded. So let me just click finish, and you can see the entire report of the test which we have run now. And also you can see, yeah, so this is how we can see the report. So it will show you um, the time you started the test, the project, the scenario, and then the results summary. You can see the statistics summary, and then the response, the top 5 average response times, and the top 5 maximum response times you have got, and then your scenarios you have tested, the total number of users, the duration of your test, at what time you started your test and what time you ended your test, and then your local. So if you have used any load generators, you can see that here. And then your response times, you get all your graphs, whatever graphs you added, you get them here. And then your scripts, your response times here. So NeoLoad one script, so your transactions here, you can get all the response times. And yeah, so this is how we can. So most of the times they might be like duplicating, or you might be getting it redundant. So you can delete them if you do not want any of these. So here, if you see, you can get the average response times, and then the average request time and the load. So these are some of the templated one. So, but these will be helpful when you want to show it to your business. So if you see here, we have got these many number of requests during the peak load. So this is how we can explain it to your business, and you can tell them that. So this is how it works, and this is how it ends. So yeah, any doubts so far, guys, in terms of your testing results and reporting? Just let me know if you have any doubts in terms of this.
No questions,
No? Okay.
Hassan.
Sure. Thank you. Okay. Fine. Okay. So I think, yeah, this is how it works. So let me just do a quick recap. So we initially created one script, and then we did the parameterization, we did the correlation, and then we added the think time, we added the pacing, and then we like, if you want to create multiple scripts, yeah, you can do it. And then once you create multiple scripts, you can create a population, and you can distribute the workload into percentage. See, for example, if you have like 200 users, you can distribute based on the percentage. And then coming back to the runtime, again, like in populations, we have emulated various scenarios like setting up the browser, we have set up the cache, then we have set up the WAN emulation part. And then coming back to the, okay, again, in the monitors, if you want to add any Dynatrace configurations, you can add them. Or if you want to add any of your IAPM, any monitoring tools or any database, you can add that. And then coming back to the runtime, where we have set up the scenarios, you have set up the duration of the test, you have set up the populations, you have set up what is the user load, and when is it going to ramp up, and when is it going to ramp down. And then we have started the test using the runtime. We kicked down, kicked this test, and then we watched the entire test, seeing the response times, the requests we are getting for every 1 second. And then at the end, we have got the results. And here we have seen the response times, the transaction times. And if you are looking at some any bottlenecks, so for say, for example, like if particular request is taking too much of time, then you'll have to jump into the request. You can connect your APM tools and see what are the components that's been involved and why is it taking a lot of time. So that comes under your performance engineering analysis part. But yeah, for now, in terms of NeoLoad, you can run your test, see the response times, and you share it with your stakeholders and understand like whether they are okay, and you are okay to give a sign off to the release. And at the end, we have seen how to generate the load test by using the generated report. And then we created a standard report, and then we exported it. So if you want to do it as a HTML file, also you can do it. Or if you want to do it as a PDF, yes, you can do it. So if you see, yeah, so this is how it comes as a performance engineering report. So you can just see this in HTML page. So yeah, these are some of the ways where we can engage the customers, the stakeholders, to see how does it work. So I think with that we come to an end. And any other doubts, guys, or else you can sign off and then we'll meet in our next boot camp. So any other doubts, or we can sign
Yeah,
off. Thank you. Yep.
I have some. I have a doubt. The
Mhm.
results which we are getting here, that is as per the transactions or as per the request or page which you are sending to the server.
Okay, so here I have how many uses for the script one. So totally I have got, let me take you here. So here I have started the test with 5 users, but then I have ended up with 7 users, right? So based on the percentage I have divided, the number of users will be distributed. Okay, and then based on the duration, I'll get this duration count. I mean the number of transactions, and then based on that, I'll get the response times.
Yeah.
Hmm? Okay. So if you see here, we have got 4 users for the first script, 2 users for the second script, and then 1 user. Yeah, closely 2 users, because we got 8 users at some point of time, and then that it came down to 1. So yeah, so this is how the number of users that's been populated for each script, and then based on that, your transactions will change.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Any other queries, guys? Any other doubts?
Yeah, if I want to capture the 95 percentile only,
Mm,
then
mm, mm.
is there any setting there to change it to remove all others 50 percentile and 99 percentile, only keep the 95 percentile in the report?
Yeah, you can see once you go to generate report, you can delete it, or else if you want, you can just copy them manually, and you can do it. So for now, you cannot, you can you cannot delete all the values. You can just take it, and then you can delete it in your notepad and in the output file. Like you can export it to a Word file, and then you can delete it there. Or you can.
Okay.
So what normally I do is, like, I just copy this, go to Excel sheet, and then paste it, and then I can just keep whatever values I want, and then I'll remove everything else.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks.
Any other doubts, guys? Any other queries? Fine. Then I think I can wrap up for the day. So thank you so much. Thanks everyone for attending this session. And yeah, it was really good. It was really great, interactive, and thanks again for joining the session. So I mean, like, I understand. Like, I'm sorry for taking your time on your Sunday, and thank you so much for joining. And yeah, I'll just share you the videos. I think I can upload it today. You can watch it by tomorrow if you have any doubts. And keep posting on our WhatsApp channel if you have any doubts. I think the most active channel in one of my WhatsApp is this channel. I am not even talking to my friends as well, but yeah, you nowadays you guys are my friends. So I think we have got good interactions, and I could see a lot of people sharing their organizations opportunities in the group as well. So, and Nilesh, you raised your hands. Yeah, please go ahead, Nilesh.
Sir, like nothing by mistake. I'm telling by. Thank you.
No problem, no problem. Take your time. Yeah. So yeah, just keep
Thank you.
interacting.
Thank
If
you.
you have any
Vasant.
doubts, just ask me. Yeah, yeah, Shansha. You're telling something.
No, thank you, Vasant.
Yeah. Sure. Anytime, anytime. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining, and yeah, thanks for taking giving
Thank
your
you so
time
much.
on your Sunday. Yeah, yeah, Nirmala, you're telling something.
Thank you so much, Vasant. It is actually too good, and we get some knowledge on it. It was too effort also from your end. It is too good. Yep. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. And if you have any doubts, just ask in the WhatsApp channel. I think I have shared the link in the WhatsApp channel. Please do join if you're not a group of, or if you're not joined yet. Just join, and then you can ask your questions. And then I think if I'm not even answering, I think we have a lot of other people, experts in the group, and they'll answer you. And then if you have any queries, just let me know. I'll create a video on that and I'll share it to you. And yeah, going forward, we'll have sessions on. I'm just planning it to keep on Dynatrace, App Dynamics, and cloud, because I recently heard many of the interviews, people are asking questions on cloud. So I'll just set up a separate the boot camp on cloud sessions as well, and Dynatrace, App Dynamics and planning, and then something on GitHub and Git and planning. So yeah, please do join and give your support. We'll keep on growing all together. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Vasu.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you. Bye bye.
Same to you. Have a nice day.
Bye bye.
Bye.